Hello, fellow heroes, and welcome to the Dungeons and Dragons podcast, where we do a homebrew weekly game. Right here is the Monday group. I am your DM, Mario, and if you like to keep up to date on the date, you can catch us at YouTube. I have the link below now, so you can click on the link below. It'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. With the playlist, and matter of fact, I upload these weekly, so they should be up to date with both the Friday group and the Monday group. Let's set the mood a little bit. So, last we left off, the City Saviors. Wait, are we all ready to go? We all good to go? Before I just did the intro and stuff. All right. The City Saviors had gone into the south end of Waterdeep, the southern ward. Seeing that most of the populace there they almost seemed in a state of melancholy. They have allowed themselves to be flooded. Their housing and everything, a lot of the houses seem abandoned. The people just walk the streets. The dead seemed like they were just around the streets. All of this accumulated to where the group found a good portion of vampire spawns up in the lower part of the city. Once the sun had gone down and a commotion had struck in one of the attics of the building, the party was faced with a large amount of vampire spawns, more than they anticipated. Theron had come up with that this part of town has probably all been changed. And amongst the fight, Trevor was rendered unconscious and was saved by his companions. However, he was feeling a bit sick. He was feeling a bit weird, and so they went and talked to Darvon about the whole situation, and also how should they go about dealing with vampires. Darvon was not ready to give out how to go about killing what he still considers his own people, and he hopes to charm the right people and influence and turn the tide of what this may be away from the attention of himself and his coven. However, it was brought up that Trevor may be infected with vampirism. Darvon assured the group that it usually only happens once someone has died. They have to be dead, they have to be killed before they can be resurrected as a vampire spawn. However, Trevor's been going unconscious a lot recently. He has been kissing and embracing death almost on a daily basis now whenever he comes in contact with these vampires. And so there may be a possibility that he may be an outstanding variable. Talking about his own demise in front of him, Trevor found this quite unsettling and stormed out. Not happy at all with the situation that was unfolding in front of him, and feeling like he will never ever get to hold both wheels on his own life. He runs home, wanting to be alone, and kind of takes his anger out and aggression out on Ramon. Woad takes his aggression and anger out on Woad. Dude. It's not for me. Let me refresh my page. So it wasn't until then. Still not on the screen. So it wasn't until they left that Theron decided to go and speak to Darvon a little more, get a little more information of him, but also learn more about what's happening, and also gain some information on what might be happening with the Coven, and the fact that Adeline is basically going to be used as a sacrifice, as a punishment for Darvon. They conversated for a little bit. Darvon gets emotional for the first time. Well, I guess not the first time in front of Theron, but he thinks it's the first time as he lashes out a little bit. But they still leave on good terms. Theron takes his leave. Woad goes and does his best. Oh, it is on... I guess it's on that screen. Sorry, distracted. Woad goes and does his best to console Trevor. And right before Trevor tells him off and is about to lock him out of the gates of his estate, there is a big release of spiritual energy, a spiritual key that gets released out, and they find their buddy Dion meditating in a state, coma-like state, but floating with his sword, his katana that he got from Yasuo among him. And even though Trevor tried to break him out of this state, it was to no avail. And with that, and so our story will begin.
I don't understand. Whoa, why can't he hear me?
I don't know anything about this. Oh, wait, no, that's not his voice. Sorry, I was trying to find it.
Is there anybody else around at this moment?
Is it
just Dion in his room and this just happened?
Right. So Dion's in his room. You're in there with him. Woad, your father, and kind of some house servants are all kind of like at the doorway, kind of just watching.
Somebody help him! What happened? Did anybody see anything?
You hear some...
I don't think he's hurt.
You hear some muttering between some of the house guests, and your father kind of looks back behind him, but Mr. Dunshire then just looks back at you, giving you kind of like a grim look. Before he steps forward, what were you asking, Woad?
I was gonna say, can I just make a, like, I don't know if it'd be investigation, but just kind of go around and look over to appears hurt or anything?
Yeah. I mean, it'll be your choice of investigation and or what's it called?
Perception?
Arcana.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Just do an investigation. 25.
With the investigation?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, there's not much to pull from here. The most that you can gather is that he seems relaxed. He doesn't seem like he's in any sort of pain. He seems like, it looks, judging by the state that the room is in and everything else, his room's clean. It's been tidied up. His bed's been made. There's an imprint on the bed where he was last sitting, but it looks like he went here on his own volition. He did this to himself, and from what you can tell based on everything there doesn't seem like he was forced into this state. While you're looking around, you notice that some furniture and stuff got shifted, but everything's shifted kind of around the center point around him, since he was kind of like ground zero of this blast of energy. And you find a letter that actually fell and swept under one of the cabinets.
Okay. Can I read the letter?
Yeah. Do you want me to read? Okay. So I was thinking about going to another chat or not, but I was like, whatever. So the letter basically states like, I think, hey guys, it's Dion. Haha. I'm never good at these kinds of things. So, anyways, I think I figured it out. I've been trying and trying to meditate with this sword, and I've been looking at it all wrong. I'm going to try something. I might be gone for a while, but this is real important to me. I know Theron's gonna hate this, but don't worry about me. I need to do this. It has to do with my family. I feel like I'm closer than ever to finding them. I promise, whatever happens, I'll catch up, and I'll see you soon. And then at the bottom it just kind of says, oh yeah, and P.S. Trevor, don't worry. And then he says, I'm still looking out for you.
Okay. I'll just grab the letter and just. I don't think he's hurt. It seems he did this himself. And I'll hand over the letter.
What? Still kind of frantic. I take the letter. Before I read it, I immediately cast sending to Theron, and I say, "Theron, come quick! Back to my house. Something happened with Dion. He's like in a trance or something with the sword from that Yasua guy. Quick, hurry! He's not responding." And then I'll go ahead and read the letter. But, well, oh, Dion, you... well, and I look to Woad because he's the only person there. I guess it makes sense, right? If he has to go, if he has an opportunity to fight his family, then that he should go with his family, right? It's everything's gonna be okay, right?
I'm still kind of looking just. I suppose, but I don't know how he's going to do it like this.
Very
strange.
I don't understand. Like he said that he says in the letter that he's going to be gone for. Is it just his mind that's going to be gone for a while, and his body's just going to stay here floating like this the whole time? That's freaky, man. This is weird.
Well, to be fair, you are a practitioner of magic. This seems like some strange magic stuff, but he seems physically well, and it seems this was something he figured out himself. I think he's alright. And then I'll put up my pistol and... Or I'll sheath... Not sheath it. What's it called?
Holster?
Holster.
Holster it, yeah. I'll holster my pistol. Now seeing that this situation isn't really a situation. At least to Woad.
Theron, you can also reply to that message if you wish to do so.
Are you sending another... Are you casting it again?
No, that was technically meta. I should have said that.
Oh, so it sounds like you casted it again.
I probably had some words left.
That Theron heard like the beginning of that conversation you started with.
To be fair, even if I didn't get a response, it would. At this point, Trevor would figure, well, that's just Theron. He's probably on his way. Okay. I turn because you said that there were some of the like house workers were around, right?
Yes.
It's okay, everybody. Dion, our Loxodon guest here, is doing sort of a mental walkabout. So, we'll just give him his privacy, and just there's no need to bother him, and I'll just kind of escort everyone out, and yeah, we'll just put a little do not disturb sign on the door, and when he's ready to come out, he'll come out.
Mr. Dunshire turns and is just kind of like, "You heard him. Move along, move along." As they start going out and closes the door behind him, takes one last look at Dion, and then are you guys staying in the room? Or are you guys leaving?
Just kind of shut the door behind us as we all walk into the hallway.
Okay.
So yeah, and yeah, I don't know exactly how that type of magic works, Dad. But he's like going on a spiritual journey. So don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye on him. I'll just pop in from time to time to keep an eye on him.
I I trust that you most certainly will. I'm so sorry. As he like awkwardly pats you on the shoulder twice, thinks about a third time, clenches his fist, opens it, pats you one last time, and then roughly, very, very staggeredly, walks away.
Kind of nod to myself. Yeah, baby steps. We're getting there. Oh, hey, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mean to alarm you, but I do feel the responsible thing to do is that if there's something going on, I should probably tell you about it because secrets don't make friends. Um, I might be turning into a vampire.
He gives this expression of, oh, and then looks at you and son, why might you be turning into said vampire? As he walks back over towards you, examines you, and promptly finds the vampire bite on your neck, and is, have had dealings with vampires?
Well, yeah. I mean, what? Wait a minute. Did we? Question for the DM. Because
Possible answer for PC.
Because I remember when we came back the first time, I was like, "Dad, I'm tired. I just want to go to bed. We'll talk about it later." The next morning, we had a little heart to heart. Like, it was really heartwarming. He gave me the book. But have we had a conversation about Darvon and here's what we found when we went to the party, etc., etc.?
That is a very good question.
Because I think in my notes I literally just wrote heart to heart. He gave me a book.
I will let you make.
I can't remember.
I'll let you make an intelligence check on that.
Okay. Well, it's not the worst thing. Just straight intelligence.
Correct.
14.
It seems you don't rightly remember whether you've told your father or not.
Well, to answer your question, yes, as you can see here, I have a vampire bite. We went to the southern ward of Waterdeep, because there were a bunch of vampire spawn that were hurting people, and we went to go clear them out. Oh my God, Dad! I don't think I've even told you. Darn. Wait, huh?
What was that, son?
Damn it. just a quick thing. I rolled to see if I should or should not tell my dad about Darvon, and I rolled a 50, so I'm right on the cusp. Now I can't rely on the dice. I have to make the decision myself. Um, yeah. So actually, it should be fine. Dad, did you know that Darvon is a vampire? Darvon, the guy who was like running opposed to you and whose house that we went to like for the masquerade ball and everything. He's a vampire.
His head. He's frozen.
Oh, like does it look like he's frozen? Does it look like he's about to be
His eyes
angry?
are like his jaw would be hitting the floor right now if he's with shock. You see as he goes and then he almost like rushes towards you in a very like aggressive state, now almost in a whisper as if for no one to hear. He goes, "Is this true? Is this true?" And he grabs you by the collar. Trevor,
Whoa, Dad,
is what
Dad.
you're saying is true. Do not lie to me, son. Is
Wait,
this...
whoa, Dad, it's okay. Calm
What did you
down,
see?
Calm down. No, it's totally fine. He's not a bad guy. I'm just letting you know he's a vampire. He's not bad. He's actually like a really kind of cool, chill guy. He's just trying to get back. He's just trying to get him and all of his vampire people back to their homeland. It's totally fine. We're helping them. He's on our side.
He lets go of your collar. He brushes your chest as if to fix the wrinkles that he just made.
That's okay.
I have to go. And he turns and briskly walks to his office.
Dad, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash.
You immediately hear just like a... Well, make a persuasion check for that.
18.
18? You hear, he immediately... The door opens, and then slams behind him.
Well, if he's slamming the door, that's a pretty rash thing to do. So if I asked him not to do anything rash, he's clearly not paying attention to me. Oh, crap. He's my dad. And I trust my dad. I used to not trust my dad, but I do now. And I look around and I'm monologuing out loud to myself.
I'm gonna pass
Wait.
turn to Trevor, or Theron
Wait,
real quick.
Woad, are you still here?
Woad is there, in the
Yes.
hallway.
Woad, let's sit down. I'm gonna fill you in on a few things.
Alright,
And
Theron.
while you pass turn over to Theron, I'll just kind of get Woad up to speed about... So, we were at this mansion, here's how we met Darvon in the first place, etc., etc.
Alright, Theron. You, currently have left...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did I actually leave?
You were saying your goodbyes. I remember,
Okay.
because, like, you were leaving, and he was being intimate, and then you asked me, why is he being so intimate? And then I kind of left it ambiguous.
Okay. Alright. I guess I'll just walk out of the manor.
Okay.
And I heard Trevor's frantic message where he didn't let me respond.
Yeah, I suppose so. With that information, what would you like to do with your night?
I guess I'll head back towards the mansion.
Okay.
Try to.
Yeah, I was about to say. You want to make a... I think, honestly, I think
I'm
that's a
not gonna
nature
be able
check.
to find my way. Because they left me alone. Nature check, you say?
Measures your ability to recall lore about terrain, plants, animals, the weather. Yeah, terrain. This is city terrain.
Right.
Wood. Survival. Follow tracks, hunt wild game, guide your group through frozen wastelands. That's very specific. Identify signs.
Frozen wasteland.
Predict the weather.
We haven't been to one of those yet.
That's actually true, huh? I'll do your choice of survival or nature. I feel like they can both kind of work.
Do survival since it's higher.
All right,
So
let's do your sense of direction.
I got a 12.
12? Oh, I'm sorry. With disadvantage for Theron.
Oh, okay.
So even worse.
It's still a 12.
Still 12? Alright, you're consistent. It takes you longer than an average person, but shorter for Theron, but you do eventually make your way back. So, you make your way back, heading north, to...
He's actually very pleased with himself.
to the place, and at this point it's been a couple hours. If you want to give a quick recap, Trevor, to Woad, you can do so now, and by the end of your recap, Theron will be there.
Yeah, I'll basically just fill him in on the events of what to us feels like a couple of months, but in retrospect was like 2 days. Of so we went to this mansion to investigate this guy Darvan, who we thought was politically like a bad guy, but really he's like a vampire just trying to get his people back home. And that's when you showed up, because we found a guy who was like Darvan's right hand man, but he tried to betray him, and that's when you showed up and helped us kill that guy. So that's what we've been up to.
At which point, a bunch of pigeons start leaving your manor. There's...
Wait, they start leaving our manor?
Mm-hmm. Like messengers. They start ravens, pigeon. Just a bunch of them just start leaving. They start taking off.
You may want to let Darvan know that his secret's out.
Oh no. Wait a minute. Oh crap.
Hey, Maya.
I was gonna say.
Yes?
I sent you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know you do. But it's a game question.
Keep going.
Woad, you're a genius. At first I was thinking, wait, why the crap do we have a bunch of birds in my house? But you're right, they're messenger birds. My dad must be sending messages to people. And then I'll just run down to my dad's office, and I have a little bit of huff in my step, but I compose myself, and I politely just knock on the door.
Enter.
I open the door and step in. Hello, Father.
Your father, he's not wearing his coat. His sleeves are rolled up. His tie is on his desk, and his shirt's unbuttoned, and his hair is coming out of places, as he looks like he's really tired.
Whoa, are you okay, Dad?
As you say that, he takes his right hand and grabs it by the wrist and just starts clenching, opening and closing his fist, clenching it, then shakes it off a little bit. It's like, yeah, all will be much better soon. All will be much better.
Well, I couldn't help but notice a bunch of pigeons and ravens just took off from here. I was just curious, what's the news? What's the good word that needs spreading?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
What, a father can't just answer his son's questions?
Oh, I've asked myself the same thing for so many years.
Oh, let's get into that.
Let's
18. It's gonna be another 18.
Another 18. He stands up. Son, I did what needed to be done. And you did your part. You did it quite well, actually. The City Saviors, your adventuring band. I cannot wait to see what you do next. But I've... as he grabs his tie and starts putting it on, buttoning up his shirt and putting his tie back in place as he's looking in the stand-up mirror in his office, I have officially secured my position in my political standings.
This like little thing that he keeps doing.
That's him doing his tie.
Oh, I thought he was like tweaking or something.
No. That's him, like, he pulls the tie.
How is that? Okay.
Sorry, on camera I'm doing all the motions, but I'm giving
Yeah,
you sound effects.
I thought it was like his neck was like twitching or something. Okay.
He's like looking at the mirror. His neck goes twist all the way to his back. He's just looks at you.
His skin's like peeling off. What's happening?
There's a wicked twitch going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, that doesn't happen, but keep going.
Okay. If I may be so bold to ask, you said that you did what needed to be done. It's kind of vague. What exactly do you mean by that?
Make another persuasion check.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. He walks over to you. He kneels down. As he runs his hand through his hair, fixing it up just a little bit, I made sure that the rest of Waterkeep knew what monstrosities was in their backyard.
Whoa. Well, I told you there's... Okay, we need to get a couple things straight here. Yes, you're right in the sense that there are some monstrosities roaming around Waterdeep, but I want you to understand that Darvan is not one of those things. So when you say you let everybody know that monstrosities were going, you made sure to also add in that Darvan was like one of the good guys, right?
It wouldn't have mattered. People see each other for what's on the outside. People don't look on what's on the inside, my boy.
Okay, Dad, that's literally... I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the outside versus the inside is exactly what we've been going through for the last long while now. All the stuff that happened with Vasha and her tribe, remember, I judged you because on the outside you're a politician, but on the inside you're like a good guy who was actually trying to help the druids. So the outside was different than the inside, remember?
Yes, and don't you see? I'm doing this for the people of Waterdeep. Securing a position. Little did I know that bloodthirsty mongrels were within our city limits. Look at what they did to our southern ward. That whole place has been utterly and destroyed, encompassed, infested with their disease.
Can I do an insight check on my dad? He's
Yeah.
monologuing like a Bond villain right now.
Sure.
I don't really like it. You scared me, Mario. That's gonna be a 15.
15? Okay, so
He's a rich man.
you look into your father. Yes, your father has grown from this, but he's still a flawed man. He has still spent a majority, if be it all his life, about his own father's legacy and carrying on that family legacy, and he still is feels like he has an obligation to the people of Waterkeep. He saw Darvon as a threat. Yes, you guys grew closer. Yes, he was able to look past your decision and let you be your own man. However, Darvon was a threat before Darvon was known to be a vampire. And now that Darvon's a vampire, that's just the juicy dirt he was looking for when you guys went over there to investigate and spy on Darvon.
Dad.
And he still needs to win this race. And so you've basically secured it. Now, you had already secured it by helping Darvon out and changing Darvon's motivations.
Right, yeah.
But now your father sees this as an opportunity, as like insurance for himself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm about to get into with him.
Okay.
Oh,
And so Trevor kind of pauses, his eyes kind of darting back and forth as he's piecing this all together.
oh, Dad! You didn't listen to me. I told you that all that Darvon really wants is to get his people back to their homeland. Like, did you not hear me when I said that?
I heard you.
Don't you understand that if we help him get back to his homeland, you don't have an opponent. You win anyway.
And how soon is he to getting back to his homeland? Where
Well,
is that deadline?
It'll definitely be a lot sooner if we help him.
How long has Darvon been attempting this? And do you think you'll stroll in and figure out the last equation to his formula?
Hey, Dad. Speaking of how long will it take? Do you want to know something interesting?
Indulge me.
So when I came home the other night, when it was the night of the masquerade ball, right? When I came home and you greeted us, and I said, "Don't worry, we'll talk later," and blah blah blah. To you, that was like the same day, if not a day after the last time that we spoke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that right now I'm actually technically how long? Question for the DM.
You're a
Technically, how long were? Because I remember, I know Theron and Adeline were there for like weeks or something.
Yeah.
How long was I in there? with them?
You were in there. You never went in there.
Well, because I went there, and that's when she found me as Duncan, right? Oh, fuck, that's right. Trevor. Trevor died fighting Spawn.
Yeah, Trevor died in a dungeon.
Okay, let's rewind. Rewind.
No, you only get that once. No. Yeah, keep going.
Dad, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but it'll happen a lot sooner if we help him.
Nonetheless, my boy, it's already been done. The ravens have been sent, and messages are being received throughout Waterdeep. The people already know.
Hey, Dad. Will you just stand here for just a second? I need to go get something. Will you just stand here for a second?
Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna walk back down the hall.
Right,
I'm gonna
Theron,
go back
you're
to my-
in the building, by the way.
Oh, I got into the building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they just in the lobby with me? I'm just like chilling. Hello.
Hello? What's happening?
I believe Trevor's father has sent out ravens about Darvon being a vampire.
What?
Or pigeons, I should say.
No, Ravens was good.
What does it matter?
I don't know, but he's speaking with his father. Maybe this was
How
some
did
sort
he
of
find
secret.
out?
Trevor told him.
Oh my god. I guess I will start looking for Trevor.
Okay. You start walking up the stairs. Trevor, or you do your thing. You leave the room, right?
Yeah, my intent was to walk out of his office and go back to my bedroom.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you guys are gonna like basically run into as you're walking out and going across the balcony. Theron's coming up the stairs and sees you.
Trevor, what did you do?
Okay. Just give me just a second there. Lots.
No seconds. Come here right now.
No, cause like I did like a setup thing with my dad, and if I don't pay it off, like it's not gonna be cool. Like comedy.
I don't care about your
you have to have set up
cool.
and pay off. Okay. And I go down the stairs, and I stand in front of Theron.
What did you do?
This is the first time you're like the same height as Theron.
I actually take a step back up onto another stair just to make it make it really official. Well, like my dad.
Now they're both the same height as.
Well, I like me and my dad were just like talking, and I thought in my head I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Like I haven't even filled him in on like our grand adventure at Darvon's house, like because he sent us in there to like find some information, and we found some information. So I was like, oh my god, Dad, let me tell you about this awesome adventure like me and my friends had, and da da da. But honestly, as soon as I got to the part where Darvon was a vampire, because well, to be completely honest, I kind of led with that because I was like, that was, he basically just like ran off, and he was in his office all day, and he sat out a bunch of messenger birds, and apparently he's telling a bunch of people that Darvon's a vampire, and I'm realizing now that my dad is kind of not exactly on the same wavelength. I don't think he's like a full douche. Or wait, what is
I don't believe everybody's 100% a dick.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember this lore that Vasha told me about one time.
So, Theron,
My dad's an asshole, or I think my dad is still an asshole, but he's not 100% a dick.
so Theron turns around and he doesn't say anything, and he runs back out of the mansion,
Wait, where are you going?
and he summons his nightmare, and he starts flying back.
Woo!
Wait! And I run after him. Wait, Theron! It's gonna take you like 13 days to find your way back again!
He's already in the air.
It's taking a... So yeah, a very, very thematic thing where Theron just rushes out, busts open the door, and the nightmare comes apparating basically under him and gallops into the air with his bat wings. And actually, the nightmare runs on smoke. Well, whatever. I'm not going to get into that. So,
That's fine. They know what it looks like.
right. And so, with Trevor standing
I did
there at
not
the
know he
doorway
could do
yelling
that.
up into the sky, and Woe pokes his head out saying that line. You guys are so thematic. I love it.
Oh crap. Oh man, so many things happening.
It seems your father acts on emotion. You afraid of vampires?
I'm not afraid of vampires. Are you afraid of vampires?
I said your father.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's afraid of vampires, but clearly he doesn't like them all that much. Oh man, I don't know. I hate.
Maybe telling him wasn't the best idea.
Clearly. Oh man, I'm 14 and already I'm going through existential crises like nobody's business.
You were 13.
You missed his
I
birthday.
am, but
Oh, he missed his birthday?
You missed his birthday.
I
I
remember.
missed his birthday.
I remember when I was that young.
okay. I run back up the stairs.
All right.
To my dad's office, and I'm like, hey dad, sorry for wasting your time. I was gonna do something like cool, but now too much time has gone by, so it wouldn't make sense. I gotta go. So don't worry about me. I'll be fine, and I'll see you later.
Your father is confused, perplexed. It's just, very well then.
So you're okay with us, like you and me, having this altercation where we disagree on a lot of things, and suddenly I'm like gonna run away. You're not worried or anything?
Son, you have earned my respect. You're your own man with your own decisions. I am sorry that my choices have conflicted against yours. I'm used to working alone. And I solidified that whenever you went missing for a while. But, no. You've proven yourself. I'm proud of you. He gives you a nod and then just goes back to his desk.
Okay, well, okay, and I point a stern finger. Here's the thing, mister. I love you too and stuff. But, hey, if anything bad happens to Darvon, I'm holding you responsible.
He, without really looking up from his desk, as he opens the drawer and starts pulling out a pipe and some tobacco, he just kind of bangs his pipe on the desk. Son, don't go around making enemies. As he then spins his chair around, and you can hear as he snaps his fingers.
Okay, okay. I run up.
Flames.
I sternly stomp to him, and I grab the back of his chair and I spin him around to face me, and then I plant my hands on the armrest of the chair, like in a way that's like, no, you listen. You're gonna not turn your face away from me. You listen to me. I'm gonna say, hey, are you listening to me? If Darvon gets hurt, that's on you. And you're gonna have to answer for it.
Does he blow it right in my face?
No,
As
he's
he
not
blows
that
it?
much of a
Okay.
dick. No. He I will not repeat myself. Make an intimidation check, actually. Sorry. It's my fault.
Ooh, am I proficient in that? I am. 25.
He still says what he says, but you can tell, again, you have his respect. He understands where you're coming from and that you guys are quarreling right now, but this isn't the first time your father's been threatened, much less being threatened by his son.
I'm glad we understand each other.
And I like squint my eyes, trying to be like really intimidating, but I'm clearly like a person trying to be intimidating.
You can tell he wants to say more, but doesn't. With seeing how serious you are, you've definitely both of you are kind of silver tongued, but you've managed to shut him up this time.
All right. I'm gonna walk out of the office and find Woad.
Yeah, well,
I'll be kind of in the lobby area, still kind of just hanging out.
Hey, Woad. Do you want to go on an adventure?
It depends.
I held out my hand. Oh, sorry. This is like a universal language thing. You're supposed to like take my hand if you want to go on the adventure. Like put your hand in mine and like grab my, like a handshake thing.
What am I signing up for?
We're gonna go save the goddamn day.
Walt's head just tilts a little bit and just... What are we... I am confused. Who are we?
That's
What are we
right.
saving?
Gotta remember, I'm talking to. Whoa, do you want to go to Darvon's and help Farron? Like, just follow me. And I start walking
I'll
out the
follow.
door.
I'll follow, and as we're going out, just... He seems plenty strong himself.
Well, but if we, it just, well, you don't understand. It's kind of complicated because like Farron is going to Darvon's right now to probably like tell him like, hey, Trevor's dad like told everybody that you're a vampire and that could potentially cause problems for you. Meanwhile, I'm like stuck in the middle. Like you see, because like it's like I obviously have a personal allegiance to my dad because like that's my dad, but I also have an allegiance to Darvon because you know he's a good guy. So you know we gotta like go help him.
The allegiance to your father seems a bit weak, but very well. I guess it was a secret.
You don't know my life story.
you don't know me.
No.
Sorry.
All right, so you guys start heading out. Well, I think he already agreed to follow. You guys are kind of like chit-chatting and a little bit back and forth as you go. Theron, you are flying up, and it's actually like now that you get like a top view of the city, it's actually real easy to spot out where things are at, and you're able to like get back to Darvon's manor.
I'm gonna have to do this more often.
It's easier in cities because cities are laid out in a certain way. Just
Right.
actually, I'm gonna shut up. Well, that's me metagaming.
I understand how
No, you're good.
forest and terrain work. Theron doesn't, but I do. Anyway, how long do you think a flying nightmare will take to get there?
Not long at all. Basically, that whole time they were talking, you were essentially traveling and stuff like that. So you're basically already showing up there. It seems like, if you want to make a perception check for me, if you want to.
I will. Yeah.
You said 29?
No. I said it's pretty high.
Oh.
24.
24. Okay, so you're starting to notice as you're flying above in the night sky, there seems to be like torchlight is like way more than usual. Like the cities are usually kind of like brisk. You know, there's people out, but there's not too much. They're mainly empty. They're not as crowded as normally, but they are like there are torchlights just blinking about the city as you're flying over it.
Blinking out?
Like appearing, like they're lighting up. The city's kind of lighting up like a small little Christmas tree. And I said small, yeah. It's not crazy much, but it's enough to notice.
So it's like people are waking up and starting a mob or something.
You say this out loud to yourself.
Yep.
And so you make it to Darvon. Darvon, what are you doing? What are you doing? You bursting in, knocking on the door?
I won't burst in, but I'm gonna pet Smokey and then summon him back into my amulet and then knock on the door, but kind of frantically.
Okay. You're giving a frantic knock on the door as you're just like...
Yeah.
And then, the door opens, and, Brunhild is there, and she just stares at you, steps to the side.
God. The music just started. Did you just turn it on?
No, it's been on.
Oh, I just now heard it, and that was weird.
That was the first time I noticed it too. That timing
Yeah.
was too weird.
Right.
I mean, I switched it. I had atmospheric music on before, but I just switched the song to fit the theme.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. As soon as you said Broomhild, it was like...
Yeah. I'm getting... that was... I want to say, like, I planned that, but that was mainly by luck.
Oh. Is Darvon here? I need to speak with him quickly.
She stares at you with this blank expression, and then just starts walking up the stairs.
Can I turn around and make sure that the door is locked?
Yeah, so, like, the door, as usual, closes by itself, and then you turn around and you can lock the door if you like.
Yeah, I'll lock
And you
it.
click, click. Door gets locked. You put the chain on. He doesn't have a lot of locks, and you can tell the locks never get used. There's no like the locks are still completely polished. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no like spot where someone's like touched the lock multiple times.
Right. scratches, right.
Right. And so like the lock is, they don't use their locks too often. And you head upstairs with Brunhild, and Darvon is standing there at the fireplace, almost where you left him, as not even looking at you. The door's open to the hallway, and Broomhill just turns, doesn't even give you any acknowledgement, and then goes straight back down the hallway where she came from. Darvon says, "You are back so soon."
Look, I'm sorry to intrude again or bother you, but I think people know who you are now and where you are. That you're a vampire.
Darvon looks at you very slowly as his head turns. What? Stand still. Do not resist. As he doesn't walk, but he hovers over to you in a very quick fashion as he like almost leaping like, but just glides over to you. He puts his hand upon your forehead. Relax, Theron.
Well, I'm a little creeped out, so it's kind of hard to do that at the moment.
Well, try for me.
Okay.
You can feel the presence of a spell being activated on you. Do you resist?
Can you stop for a moment?
It's already happening. You have to choose to resist or not.
God, I won't.
You won't?
I'll just
All right.
do that.
You can feel almost... So, usually this would feel like a headache or like a piercing motion would be splitting your head in two, but instead, it almost feels as if someone's infiltrating your mind, and then your memories start, flashing. Your recent memories start opening up, and you can see... He sees the conversation you had with Trevor not too long ago, and then he sees you rushing out and running on your steed, and the spell lets go and everything fades away and flashes back, and you open your eyes almost gasping for air for a second as he's doing the same, and he's...
Oh, what was that?
I was careless. I put my faith in you, and that was a mistake.
I mean, I didn't do this.
You and I both know that there was an unspoken bond, was there not? Or was I the only one that thought this?
I mean, that's why I came back so quickly, right?
Make a persuasion check.
18.
He takes a deep breath. Very well. Lincoln, you do speak the truth. I have matters to attend to. The council is on their way here. They must not be intercepted by a mob. Theron,
What can you do about it?
I'm not sure. But I ask that you stay here.
Okay.
Thank you. And turns, his cape whips around behind him, and he kind of dashes out the door.
Where are you going?
You get no response.
Well, he asked too late, probably.
yeah. I mean, he was already out of the hallway and stuff like that. So, you sit there for a little bit. I think I'll say about 30 minutes go by. And then, what's that?
In that sitting room? Or
Yeah,
wherever we were?
you're in that room. 30 minutes go by, and you hear footsteps. And then you hear a familiar voice as oh, Adeline's in the doorway. You're Theron. I thought I smelt something delightful.
Oh. I mean, I've showered recently, so I was gonna say.
I was just at the Dunshire estate, and
What? What do you mean?
I was looking. And she's kind of like looking down at the ground now. I was looking for you.
Were you spying on them?
No. Oh, no, honestly, I was looking for you, and well, I couldn't really enter the estate, or the household rather, and I didn't see you in any of the bedrooms or things like that, and I just wanted to talk to you on my last night.
Right. So, I don't know if you know, but it seems like the whole town knows you're vampires now. And, I don't know where Darvon went, but I guess he's gonna take care of that. I'm not sure what's going on.
And then she just like brisk away down the hallway, and you can hear as
Hey.
Do you want to try to stop her?
Yeah, I want to try to run after her.
Okay, you go out of the hallway, you kind of wave her down, she stops, and oh, I'm so sorry.
Where are you going? Like, what?
I must speak to Daron about this. If what you're saying.
Where did he go?
He's probably in his studies. Or so I would imagine.
Oh, okay. Alright, I guess I'll just stay here.
I'll be back. Matter of fact, I've really been meaning to talk to you about something.
Okay.
It's kind of a private matter, so maybe we can go out to the gardens.
Well, if there's a mob coming to your house, I don't know that that's very safe.
We'll see how things turn out. I think right now, Darvon is more concerned about the safety of the other vampires that might be out in the streets.
Okay.
Then she says, okay, I'll, yeah. You've never really seen Adeline be so uncomfortable around you. Like, she's usually, like, she's usually very much...
Oh, she was uncomfortable last time.
She was. But, like, now it's being consistent. So, she turns around, she turns on her heels, and heads down the hallway. So another 15 minutes go by as you wait, and then Woad and Trevor, you guys are going to be showing up.
Y'all just walking?
They can't.
What do we find when we get to the mansion?
Same thing. The manor's still. It's
Like,
getting
there-
close. Like, it's nighttime. I'd say it's around maybe 10 p.m. at night.
But are there guards or anything? Or are we able to just walk up to the front door?
You can just walk up to the front door. There's no guards or anything.
I'll just knock on the front door and just be like, "Hey, Theron, are you in there?"
You knock on the door. There's some silence for a little bit, but then the door, you can hear there's the jiggling on the doorknob, and then the door attempts to open and then doesn't. And there's almost like you can almost feel the confusion on the other side of the door, and then you hear some locks being undone as they click, slide, and then the door opens and Broomhild is just there staring.
Hello again, ma'am. Miss Broomhild. This is Woad. He's a new friend of ours. Woad, this is Broomhild. She's kind of like the caretaker of Darvon's residence.
We were here earlier.
Yes, I just didn't. I couldn't recall it if you two had met before. Introductions, niceties, and all.
Broomhild just stares.
I stare back,
Is our friend Theron here?
slightly nod my head.
I was just curious if our elven friend was here. We need to speak to him.
With no response, she turns, starts walking up the stairs.
I look up at Woad. Don't worry. She seems like a very intimidating, imposing creature, but deep down, she's pretty nice.
Did she intimidate you? As I walk in and start following her.
You guys walk in, the door closes behind you guys, naturally, and you head up the stairs, down the hallway. There's a door that's already open. You turn and you see Theron there inside the room.
Hey, Theron.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just you took off in such a hurry. You even summoned your nightmare, and that's a pretty imposing creature. So I thought things might be getting serious, and I felt, well, if things are getting serious, then it's best that we all stick together, like as a team, you know, because we're a team.
Look, you told your father. Do you not think before you do these things?
Well, I mean, yeah, I do to some extent. I just figure like my dad and I were like on good terms, and it's not like I led with Darvon being a vampire. I thought my dad was gonna be like, oh wow, that's interesting. Tell me more, and I was gonna like be able to like fill him in on like all the subtleties of what.
Do you not remember that your dad doesn't like Darvon in the first place?
Well, I mean,
No, just say you don't. Because apparently you didn't.
it's not. It's more complicated than that. I thought I was gonna like have like a cool sit down with my dad where I was gonna be like, oh man, and then like we went into this, and then Duncan turned out to be like this guy, and then we went through this portal and this other dimension, and I thought that my dad was gonna be like really interested in our adventure, and now that please don't judge me immediately because I'm already judging myself, but now that I say it out loud, I'm realizing that the idea and the overall concept of me telling my dad a story about a grand adventure is not something he'd be interested in, because anytime I would want to tell him about the adventure books I read, he wasn't interested either.
So you'd rather have a good conversation with your father and kill possibly hundreds of people. I don't know.
No. That was, I thought that I was. I thought that my dad like was gonna be all like, oh my gosh, that's so interesting. I totally thought one thing, but now that you have told me all of this information, I now think a different thing. I will help you, help Darv. I thought he was gonna
Trevor,
like have.
I beg you not to learn from Vasha.
Oh, that was really mean. I mean,
It feels like a
but that's the
reach.
thing. No, but that's the thing. My dad was, as it turns out, really helpful with Vasha's whole situation. So I figured, well, we thought that my dad was a bad, evil person, and it turns out that he wasn't with that situation. So maybe the same thing would happen with this situation.
If you thought that, then you're more of a child than I thought.
Hey, Farron, can I ask you a question?
What?
Are you and I friends?
I thought we were very good friends.
Well, would you consider you and I to be teammates?
Yes, I thought.
Oh, okay, just freaking go with me, okay? Would you also consider Dion to be a friend?
Yes.
Would you also consider Dion to be a teammate?
What are you getting at? I'm tired of this.
I sent you a message saying that something really crazy and weird was happening with Dion, and I'm pretty sure that I sounded very distressed when I sent it to you. But when you got back to my house, as soon as I said the first thing about Darvon, you ran away. You didn't even bother asking, oh hey, by the way, all of that crazy shit that you were saying about Dion, what's actually going on? You still don't even know what's going on, do you?
Well, I did hear some of your conversation because you didn't let me respond.
You just, I sent you the message and then you respond. Don't you know how magic works?
You kept talking. How am I supposed to respond?
Maybe we should stick to the present issue at hand. Your friend is physically well.
You brought Birdface with you.
Again, my name is Woad. If
I
I have
think
to
we
carve
are.
it into you, I will.
I think we are sticking to the issue at hand here, which is that Theron does whatever Theron wants, regardless of how people who want to be close to him feel about it. People are always trying to be close to Theron, but Theron's always pushing people away. That's what you did to Vasha. That's what you're trying to do with me.
What? She pushed me away.
Again, the issue here is the vampires. Your personal strife can come later,
Exactly.
after this is fixed.
Birdface has a point.
His name is Woad. See? There you go again. Here's a guy who's like trying to be close to us, but you just
Trevor.
keep calling him names. Call him by his real
Trevor.
name. What?
Enough.
Well, I was just trying to stick up for you, Woad.
Enough.
Oh.
If I needed someone to stick up for me or protect me, I would have never made it here in the first place. Now, is there anything that needs to be done in order to try to fix the situation?
I don't know. Apparently there's a vampire council on their way here, and Darvana's trying to not have them intercepted by mob.
Did he leave you with any instructions?
He told me to stay here.
Ah,
I thought he'd be right back, but it's been a while.
well, trying to not be intercepted by a mob is harder than it sounds.
Did y'all see a mob?
Did we see a mob, deal?
No. It took you guys roughly 45 minutes to get here. You noticed more people in the streets than usual. And there seemed to be a lot of talking and people huddling together, talking in groups. But no mob had formed in the time it took you guys to get here.
No mob on our way here, though it seemed there were many people gathered in groups and huddled, though I suspect that may be a normal occurrence in this city. I do not know whether or not it is.
Jeff, who do you think you'll... I mean, Jeff. Trevor.
Whoa, that shit got real.
Trevor, who do you think your father told?
I don't.
Does
I
he
haven't
have
this.
an army? Does he have...
Okay. I'm gonna give you
assassins?
it. Instead of giving you no answer, I'm gonna give you a really realistic answer. Let's assume every single person in Waterdeep knows.
Trying to see if he has some kind of assassin task force, something that's gonna come and eradicate this part of Waterdeep.
I know that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not close enough with my dad and his dealings. So therefore that's what I'm telling you. Let's assume everyone knows.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, it means we need to be extra careful and secretive and stuff.
Do you think Darvon is gonna want to see you?
Well, clearly you don't even want to see me right now, so probably not.
Look,
You would
I'm
make a
upset.
decent hostage.
oh,
I'm sorry. You said what now?
he's... he
You
has
would
a
make a
point.
pretty good hostage.
He has a point.
No.
You know
Yeah,
what?
that's what I thought you said. Okay.
Well,
You-
your father has shown to care for you. If he hadn't, then maybe you wouldn't have been.
I mean,
a good hostage.
care is one word. You
I
know,
mean-
you could use.
That could work. We could save the vampires then, maybe. But... because you know they won't hurt you.
Sorry. Who won't hurt me? What exactly? What scenario are we proposing? And I say we very lightly because mainly it's you two talking about me.
Well, your life for theirs.
No, that's not what I meant.
See now.
It's what I meant.
Oh my god. That's a little much, Birdface. Okay, we're gonna dial it back a
Well,
little bit.
Well, it would work. They wouldn't hurt him. And then his father and his allies wouldn't attempt to hurt, at least physically hurt the vampires. Maybe politically.
You could be like a vampire ward. You could come here and live with Darvon.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Wait, so you're saying you want me to turn into a vampire?
No.
No, a ward would simply mean you live with him.
Yes.
Well, what if I don't want to live with Darvon?
Well, you gave up his secret. I think you owe him.
Well, hold on. Hold on now. To be fair, I gave up his secret to my dad. He gave up his secret to like a shit ton of people at that party.
A party with guests that he had invited.
It's true.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know.
Well,
Whether or not you meant it, you have to know, you have to put together and realize it happened anyways. I feel this is like a good plan.
So you guys have been talking for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Discussing plans and things of the nature. At which point, Darvon knocks on the door. The door's open. He's basically knocking on the frame. Is this a bad time?
I mean, it's your house, so absolutely, come on in, sir.
Well,
I
there's a little bit of
attempted.
a bow, tip hat. Hello?
I have secured the council members, and guards will be posted outside of my estate. Please, if you wish to attend the council, you may be here for all of tomorrow. I do apologize if that is an inconvenience, and forgive me, but welcome, Trevor and Wode. It is a pleasure to see you again. I wish circumstances...
You as well, Your Highness.
He chuckles a little bit. I am no royalty. I wish circumstances were different. Trevor,
Yes, sir?
a word. If I may. As he kind of steps sideways into the hallway, suggesting, like, you to walk out into the hallway with him.
can Theron lean down before Trevor leaves and goes, "Be nice to him."
Well, clearly, you see how intimidating that motherfucker looks? Oh my god.
You're not nice.
Ironic, coming from you.
Maybe.
I will.
All right,
Jesus.
so
There's so many layers.
you guys.
I will follow Darvon.
So
where he
everyone
ushers.
gets an inspiration point if you guys haven't already had one. Got one.
Woo!
Inspiration.
I think I still have mine. Yeah.
You follow Darvon out, and as you guys are walking, he flicks his hand and the door closes to the bedroom. But not even like a minute later, the door gets opened ajar a little bit, and Adeline pokes her head in, and she goes, "Oh, hi. I did not realize you had guests, Theron."
Oh.
Hello.
This is Bergface.
My name is Wode.
Wode. Yes, we've met. I do believe this is the first time it would be formally, though, as she walks up to you and holds her hand out to shake it.
Wode will shake her hand and then give a little slight bow. Just, I know.
There's no need
It
for
was
that.
mostly a reminder. It was mostly a reminder for him. As I just point over to Theron. He seems to forget it.
She
And
looks.
then Wood will kind of lean in and like put a hand up to like whisper over, just, is he stupid?
She's speaking to you, but she's looking at Theron, and a big smile kind of goes across her face. No, I don't think he is. And she like winks at Theron. And then,
I don't think you've spent much time with.
well, I hope to fix that. Remedy of sorts. And then,
That sounds awful.
like, you see as Adeline's attention gets drawn to the window as she steps over, and you can see that the starting of a crowd is beginning to appear. As people with torches begin to flood the neighborhood and are walking up to the place. There are guards posted outside of the house that step outside the gate and take their place. You haven't seen these guards before. They're not the sentinel guards that Darvon had used during the party that are in that keep his own place a watch. They look more. They don't even hide the fact that they're vampires. They wear like leather armor with plate shoulder pads and plate gauntlets, wielding a long sword at side and carrying a hood. They have what seems to be silver crested around their armor, and then there is what seems to be a sigil of some sort that doesn't seem familiar to anyone. Well, unless you want to make a history check. But right off, at first glance, it doesn't seem recognizable. You can only assume that this is the council's guards, as they are lining up in front of what is starting to be a large crowd of people.
Well, that doesn't look good.
No, it does not. But we've set motions in place. Everything should go according to plan. If they get rowdy, we have some spells to keep them calm, at least for the night. We'll have to come up with something to get rid of them by morning. Wode, as she looks over to you, she says, would you be so kind as to possibly come up with a strategy of sorts for when sunrise occurs? The personal bodyguard of the councilman is downstairs. I'm sure he would enjoy your expertise.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah.
What I'm insighting is that this is a strange request from someone I haven't met.
Sure thing.
So,
it is kind of strange.
It's a 22.
Okay. So you can tell, without a shadow of a doubt, she's really using this to kind of just like she's being sincere, but she's can tell she's trying to get rid of you.
she's asking me to be a bro.
No, well, she's asking you to like yes,
You know
she's asking you to be a bro, but she's also like trying to get rid of you. Like you can tell like
that's what I mean. It's like
I get what you're saying. Be a bro. Yeah. I caught you now.
Be a bro, like bro.
Yeah, like hey bro, and you're like oh yeah. She's asking you to be a bro.
As that happens, I want to take if the door, let's say the doors are my right and they're to my left, I'm gonna take my hat and kind of move it to the left side of my head so it blocks it. Lift up my mask so Thera doesn't see me, but lift up my mask enough to where my mouth appears, and just just mouth good luck. And put like a thumbs up, hiding it all. Put my hat, my mask on, and just start heading out. And just I guess the last thing I'll say is, as I'm walking out, just vampires are simple creatures. I think my plans will go over his head, and I'll shut the door.
Okay, yeah, that works. Adeline.
I'm just gonna go down the hallway and not really know where to go. I'm just gonna stand at the stairs pretty much while this group's having a conversation. These guys are having conversations. And I'm just kind of.
So you head down the stairs, kind of just wandering aimlessly, and you see a white-haired vampire, very pale, kind of wearing in reverse armor of the other guys. His armor is much more detailed, and he's got plated armor mixed with like leather, and he's wearing an overcoat upon it with just like plated small bits of plate strapped onto parts of him. He has a very distinguishable jewel, a red jewel that just kind of glows on his chest, and his sword seems like it is well crafted. But yeah, oh, is your computer working? You can't see what the pictures I'm posting, am I? Are you?
No.
Okay, I'm posting them on Roll20. Here, I'll post them on Discord for you real quick. So the first image I'm going to show you is
It should get fixed by this week.
You're good. Sorry about that. Those are the guards, and you're gonna recognize this next pick. I couldn't help myself. And then this is the personal guards to the council.
Are you sending this to me or posting it?
I hope I posted them. Oh my gosh, I put them on the wrong thing. Like I always do. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, let me try that again. Alright, this is for the guards. And then this is their personal guard.
Much more dramatic. Okay, that's what I see.
Okay. Yep. And so yeah, the guy in the bottom, the guy with the white hair and stuff like that, he's the guy you see. And he kind of looks towards you and says, "Are you Woad?"
I am.
I couldn't. Excuse me for indulging. I couldn't help but listen over here. I make it my duties to make sure that I know all that is going on within the presence of the council. So basically...
Woad just kind of... Yeah. Woad just... Okay. And just a thumbs up.
Do you happen...
I'm sorry.
Do you happen to have any plans for when day breaks?
Well, I was going to discuss it with the others, but I guess if we're all in this together,
we can inform
I hadn't thought
your
that far ahead.
companions when they return. I'll be happy to let you know when they're all in one place.
Were you wanting to get the council out of here, or is it mostly a security detail for the grounds here?
I believe the council will be secured. We can cast an illusion spell over the gardens, make sure that they do not enter the crypt from underneath while we are doing our work. There is the fact that most of the guards will have to go inside. We were not prepared for such a situation to occur.
I believe the crowd will be intense at night, but... Well, humans are lazy. During the day, they may return back to their hovels to work, eat, or sleep.
This may be true, but if they see that we have no guards posting at daytime, they may find that suspicious.
Are there no mercenary companies around you can hire?
Within the last 2 hours, I've checked. None that are willing to operate for Darvon specifically. Seems that whoever has spread the word against this coven has great influence over excuse me.
Bless.
Has great influence over Waterdeep. Waterdeep.
I guess Trevor's father I did not know was connected in that way. It's good to know. It is hard in a city full of humans. They tend to be afraid of things.
You are familiar with who has done this to us?
Honestly, I'm not.
But you know of him.
In a way, I suppose.
Do you think an assassination would be appropriate?
He didn't seem the type. Seemed more pompous than cutthroat.
Make a persuasion
No.
check. Oh, though.
Yep.
Though? What's the though?
Though, if we're kind of by window lookout, I wouldn't put it past if the Lord here had more enemies.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 15.
I see. Do you think we can cast a spell on this informant? Make him resend his reach. Call it back. If he is the
I think that would make it worse.
if he is the start to all these weeds that are starting to sprout out, maybe we can cut it off at the source.
I don't think he was a start.
Do you presume
Humans-
otherwise?
Well, if you know about vampires, it is not too hard to identify them.
Make a deception
And I
check.
think- Oh, I wasn't lying. I feel like if you know about them, it's a nat 1.
Well, you said that he wasn't the source.
Oh, okay. Oh, I genuinely believe that he wasn't the source of.
That's fine. You're still lying, even if you're
Yeah.
lying to yourself.
I mean, it's still a nat 1.
Yeah, the personal guard looks at you with almost contempt, just as if he's studying you, and then, albeit most do not know what to look for, Darvon and his coven have stayed here for decades. It wasn't until recently that these issues started to occur.
And he was never found out, even after decades.
These are as history has written.
The people here are not very observant.
No, mortals tend to be distracted by other facets of their short-lived lives.
I think in due time this will blow over. The issue is, I kind of look outside again. The issue would just be the immediate.
This is a large crowd. They will be here till dawn. We will have no security at dawn. That is the issue. My security can hold them till then.
I believe a change in your schedule would be the best solution for the meantime. Maybe attempting to conduct
Vampires
business at-
cannot change their schedule. We must be within walls that are shaded from the sunlight. If they choose to come in and burn down this estate while we sleep, or while we have nowhere else to run, then we are at a loss. We have nowhere to return to, or at least Darvon's coven has nowhere to return to. That is, if the council does not decide to be rid of them after tomorrow.
Evacuating everybody may be the best decision to try and maintain a peace.
The council has already decided to stay. And they will not trouble themselves with mortals. They would rather level this city before doing so.
Well,
If there is
yes,
no
you
solution
believe it.
by daybreak, then I will issue the commands to slaughter every one of those humans outside. Darvon has already lost his positioning here, but there are still treasures and values within this estate. We will not
What
lose
happens
those.
afterward?
Afterwards is not our concern. The council will leave and disperse as they would have any other time. Vampires are not new to this
Exactly.
realm.
I'm more than sure that there are skilled hunters that can locate you should you slaughter a large portion of these rats.
Make an
Humans.
intimidation check?
I'm not even trying to intimidate him.
You're threatening his
It's
life.
more of a better.
Make
I
a
didn't
persuasion.
threaten him, I'm
Make a
like,
persuasion check.
what?
Make a persuasion check. That's fine. You're still saying, hey, if you do what you're gonna do, people are gonna come kill you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
saying. I wasn't
that's
intimidating him,
pretty intimidating.
but,
If someone told me that, I would be intimidated.
Well, if it's intimidation, it's a 17. If it's a persuasion,
It's
a
your choice. Tell me.
21. I guess I'll do persuasion.
Okay, 21. Then let them hunt us. You act as if I haven't been hunted before. I've earned my position.
True. to tell you.
Then so be it. We will slaughter them before daybreak. This meeting has proven quite useful. Thank you.
I don't think I ever suggested that. I feel like that was your plan from the start.
It was. You were here to help spare their lives. But you have no other solution, therefore I will go with no other option. As he goes and sits down, he holds out his hand, and then a goblet starts floating from across the room to him, as he then begins to sip
Neat.
on the goblet.
Alright, then I guess I'll just say one more thing. I'll talk with the others and see if there's a solution they know of. They can think of. Maybe we can figure this out the more.
The sooner the better. I will not bend over backwards to accommodate your wishes, as he looks over from the other side of the couch to say his final line to you.
I'll head back upstairs to the...
Okay. Trevor, you are walking down the hallway with Darvon.
Yeah.
Trevor, I must say I'm disappointed. As he stops halfway, just randomly through the hallway, to look at you.
Oh.
I initially believed that there was a unspoken agreement of trust between us. I mean, you traveled from a distant future to save my life for no other reason, no other purpose, but that you felt morally obligated to. He begins walking again. Before I had to deal with certain figures. Maybe rumors would have popped up and spread. I charm the local town crier or the peasants that love to speak, the beggars. But now, and in return, I give up my daughter. Adeline would be sacrificed so that the coven may one day get to see Levatra again. However, it seems I will be stripped of my coven. My reputation will be taken from me, and all that I hold dear, I'll have to see turn to ash in front of my eyes. I don't blame you, Trevor. I blame myself for not taking more precautions. For these issues keep occurring, and I have not done what is needed to be done. Forgive me, for what I am about to ask of you is a lot.
Okay, ask away, I suppose.
When the council makes their decision, and seeing that my fate is sealed, I would like you to continue the work that I started. I would like you to find a way to get us back to Levatra. If I die here, so be it. If I lose all my resources, everything that I've accumulated over this time, then it is to be. However, I do not wish for the legacy of my people to be stuck in a realm that is not their own.
I mean, who exactly is it to say that your fate is sealed in a way that your fate is to not be here anymore? I don't know if I can really agree to continue your work, because ideally, all of this works out with you being able to continue your own work yourself, and that's great, because you won't need anybody to finish the work that you left incomplete, because you'll get to complete it yourself, right?
As you walk by, you can see out the window that there is a very large crowd. Hundreds of people are gathering outside the estate, and go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Well, now that I see the group, I don't think I'm as confident in what I just said. And my dice roll compliments that. It's 14.
Oh. No. I will be an outcast. I'll be shunned. Even if I do come up with a solution, there will be no coven that will listen to me.
What if we just run out there right now and try to reason with all those people and just tell them, everything's fine. Just go back to your homes, people. They're harmless.
And if you fail, those councilmen guards will have no choice but to slaughter everyone out there.
Well, no. Okay. Okay. There's got to be a way that all of this gets resolved without violence. I don't want.
Trevor is like, if one could be violently twiddling their thumbs, that's what he's doing. Like he has his fingers clasped and he's twiddling his thumbs, but he's like writhing in a way that he might break his own fingers, and he's just like freaking out. Like,
You don't understand. After everything that's happened, I don't think anybody else needs to die, and that's fine because we can do things where everybody gets what they want, but nobody has to die, right?
I've been alive for a very, very long time. I'm sorry to say that's not always the case. This seems to be one of those situations. Someone will die by the end of tomorrow.
So, oh man, I'm too young for this shit. Well, so that's your grand plan, huh? Is you'll probably die, and when, because in your mind it's not if, it's when that happens. You just want me to make sure that I find a way to Lavatra so that all the surviving vampires can make their way back home. That's your plan?
More or less, you are correct.
Um. I want to. This is technically me talking to the DM, but I want to try something. Maybe you'll go with me, maybe you won't. But that being said, now I'm going to go back into character. Darvan, I know an angry mob with torches and shit is on their way. Just give me 30 seconds. Can give me 30 seconds?
We have all night. I see why not.
Okay. How far away is the mob? Like, if they're marching towards us...
They're at the front gate.
Oh, they're here. Okay. I'm gonna take a couple steps away and... Fuck it, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go into a rage.
Okay.
Inasmuch as all I want to accomplish, because obviously that at least brings Duncan in front of me, right? Because, like, ancestral guardians.
Uh-huh.
Okay, buddy. I know that it's a little different between us, and then usually when I get frustrated like this, that's when you come out and you start hitting people. But I'm thinking maybe if I summon you now, you'll just like have some like some sage wisdom or like some advice. What should I do, man? And kind of what I'm doing is I'm trying to, because I know like the whole relationship between Trevor and Duncan has been kind of weird. I'm trying to have Trevor use Duncan in a way that a cleric would use divine intervention, if you follow me.
No, I got you.
And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but that's kind of what I'm going for. Is like I want to go into a rage, but I want it to be, instead of just go punch people, maybe it works on like a psychological level.
Sure. I'll allow it. It's creative. Roll a D100.
Okay. Which, honestly, I'm just looking for advice. That's a 17. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Duncan and Meliko are standing there, but they're almost like they're there, but you can't really communicate with them. You haven't connected with them. You got angry enough to summon them, but you are also frantically panicking, and you're not really in a really induced enough rage to communicate with them fully. They can still help you in a fight, but you are like a bridge. You're the link between their world, between the two worlds, and you know, your connection's not all that great right now.
Yeah.
Crap. I brush past Darvon and go back to where we left Theron.
Okay.
I want to go talk to Theron.
You go back over there. Wode's there. And I'm going to stop you there. And then we're going to go to Theron. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, we're going to go to Theron. You here? Is she still gone? Is Olivia still gone?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So Adeline, after Woad leaves, Adeline turns to you and says, "We have until morning if you'd like to go on a walk with me." With me? Jeez. Yes. Walk on me, Theron.
Wow.
Walk with me.
That's a little forward. Are we walking in the mansion?
Outside, in the garden.
There's a mob outside.
They're being held aloof by the guards in the front. We're safe. There's an illusion cast on the garden, as well as the guards are casting calming spells throughout the crowd, if they get too rowdy.
Alright, sure.
So you and Adeline head outside. There are more guards posted outside. There seem to be some, there's a lady out there. And she is, here, I'll put it on here. She is, like, giving off this aura of energy, and you can see as she sits there, with a teacup that is clearly full of blood. She sips from it, and she gives you a wicked look as she has kind of like a raven style haircut, where it goes down to her shoulders, and very pale skin, but black lips, black makeup, but glowing blue eyes. She gives you a cold look as if she's like trying to pierce through your exterior.
I'll just look away.
Adeline just goes, "Oh, don't mind her. She's likes to come off as intimidating as most vampires do." And you guys walk down the steps and into the garden. You walk for a little bit. Adeline seems to be looking up at the night sky. There's a rose bush that she runs over and kind of admires them for a little bit. She turns back to you and says, "What you told me yesterday. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for that."
I mean, I understand. What has changed your demeanor so?
She kind of looks away at you a little bit, looking a little anxious, and before she speaks, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Hey, it's Mario from the Dragon and Friends podcast. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back to it. Adeline is a bit hesitant, but then I've been doing a lot these last couple of days, and I know tomorrow may be my last. I understand you're here to stop that. But let's just pretend that tonight's my last night. And I was thinking, I realized that I was mad at you. I was mad at you for the way that you looked at me, because you looked at me with concern and care, but you didn't see a right hand to your coven. You didn't see a leader. You didn't see someone who held authority. You were looking at me, Adeline. And I've never been used to that. Of course, Darvon knows me, but there's always been this profession between us. And I've had others be part of my life, but of course, I've let Darvon's ambitions, I've let his strive become my own. Because I too wanted the same thing. I think that's why we worked so well together. And I think with most aristocratic vampires, a lot of it is to gain something. Darvon's always had influence. And even though covens, all vampires are all allies, we still have conflicting ideals. Alliances between covens fare nicely. Marrying off your son or daughter works that way. Sure, but Darvon's never been one to care about the politics of such things, leaving me free to do as I wish. I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say, Theron, and what I've been rambling on about, is that I want to be with someone who wants to know me. I want to be with someone who wants to try to understand me. And you're the only one that makes me feel that way. So I'm asking if we could have this night together.
His eyes get really wide. It's like, I don't really know what to say, but can I give him my answer later? A little later.
I only have tonight, Theron. She gives you kind of a smile. She's looking down, but she brushes her hair behind her ear, revealing kind of half her face to you.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you won't only have tonight, but I feel like this was brought on suddenly.
Well, when you are looking down the abyss and you know that death is certain, you tend to make sudden decisions.
Now he's got a very, very, very red face. He's kind of like, look, I have to wrap my head around this, you know. You were just mad at me yesterday, and I was kind of thinking that you wouldn't talk to me ever again, and I was preparing myself for that, and even though it hurt, I was still mentally working on it, so it's a lot suddenly.
She gives a small smile and then holds out her hand and says, I know. I'm sorry, and please, tell me more.
I... Look, I'm not rejecting you, but I just... I mean, I guess... There's a lot going on. And I think we've had this conversation before, you just don't remember it.
You can tell she's being overly patient. She shakes her head a little bit and then just says, takes a deep breath. I know.
What do you mean?
I understand we've had this conversation. You told me about it.
Right, I thought you remembered. Maybe not.
Theron, I want to look at you with the same eyes that you look at me. I want to understand.
Trying not to. You keep telling me that.
Yes.
Trying not.
Say that again?
That I'm trying not to.
Okay. No, I want you to. As she then steps closer to you, I want someone to see me the way you see me. I was uncomfortable at first, and it was sudden, and it was weird, and...
That was only yesterday. You know...
I'm not asking to be your betrothed, Aaron. As she's giving off a small little giggle as she grabs your hands herself, like both of them, lightly. She's not like forcing anything on you. I'm just asking that if my last moments of freedom are to be with someone, I'd want them to be with you.
I understand. He doesn't pull his hands away, and he just looks at her. What is that beating noise?
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm playing a game of chess with you right now in my head.
You're playing a game of... Wow. Now I just want to be like, bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Actually, here's Theron's.
Just, it's just red.
Anyways, look, can we hang out together for a bit and figure out what Darvan's gonna say, and then my answer is yes.
You men, and always wanting to talk about business. Very well, if that's what it's gonna take. So, still holding both your hands, she kind of like twirls and lets you intertwine basically putting you like where you're hugging her, where one arm is behind the small of her back and the other arm is across her chest, and she's still holding both the hands. And then she begins slowly taking small steps with you and kind of doing like a little dance as she sways side to side for a moment. Okay, at which point the other two, you guys have finished your conversations and you guys head back, but Theron is no longer there, but you run into each other. So Woad and Trevor, you guys run into each other.
We need to find Theron.
I agree. I was trying to find Theron. Where did he go?
Where is Adeline's bedroom?
How would you know he was going there if he went there?
I don't know if I understand the question.
Well, Adeline wanted to get rid of me earlier. If you may not.
You say this to a 14-year-old.
Yeah. A 14-year-old who has kind of proven to not really get it. But, I don't know if you'd get it. But Adeline was trying to get me away from them to give them privacy.
Are there windows where we are that we could look out and, like,
Oh, no.
see where Theron might be?
Yeah. However, like, you look out the window, so you go to the other side. So your room is facing the mob. So you go to the other side of the manor, and you look out the window. But there is an illusion being cast on the garden. So hallucinatory terrain's being cast, and you see the caster is that the black-haired woman with the glowing blue aura. She's sitting there casting the illusion.
I guess I'll wander around, trying to find Theron.
Okay. Remember, the garden is huge.
I know.
Okay.
I could easily ask him where he is, but there's a fucking mob with torches heading towards us, so I feel like I should save some of my higher level spell slots.
No, that's fair.
We
All
haven't
right.
had a rest, have we?
Nope.
Or did we have a long rest?
Nope. It's still the same day that we fought the vampire spawn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
it's the same night.
Yep. My max HP is 65, baby.
Yeah, you guys have not rested. Okay. Whenever you guys were like talking and in the manor and stuff like that, I'll consider that a short rest. So if you want to roll dice for that, by all means, go for it. So everyone's had everyone's had a short rest.
Actually, real quick, Mario, because I was keeping track on my character sheet of my max HP. On Roll20, can you show us the map that we were on last time fighting the vampire spawn? Because that will show me my current actual HP. Because what we can see right now... Yeah. There we go.
Don't mind those guys. I had to use the town for something. I just put everything in the GM layer, so let me get you guys back.
Man,
Okay, you should be able to see yourself.
There we go. That'll give me my... Oh, fuck. So wait, when were you saying we could have a short rest?
So, basically when you were at your house. So, Theron got his short rest when he was talking to Darvon, and then you guys got your short rest when you were with Dion in the place, because you guys were there for like a couple hours.
So...
Because right when you guys fought the vampire spawns was like right at dusk, like right when sunset was happening. So it's been about 3-4 hours.
for there.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
I'm ready. I don't get anything from a short rest. But the spells I would like to.
Ooh, I get my bardic inspirations back. We might need those. Yeah, I think because I don't want to use a spell slot, I'll just be like, let's go check here. Let's go check here. Let's go check there. And I eventually we'll make our way to the garden, but you tell me how long that actually takes.
If you're going about it that way, just make a perception check.
Yeah, I'm probably also just like yelling out loud, just like, Theron!
Okay, that's fair.
Theron. That's a natural 1 in perception.
Okay, yelling out
my
loud.
perception is a 19.
Gotcha. You're with him looking as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So you guys go out and do that with a 1 and a 19, and then you yelling out. That's fair. So Adeline untwines herself from you.
Damn.
And then says, "Oh, well, you wanted to talk business. I'm assuming you want to know what Darvon's plan is."
Yes, I do. That's, yeah.
It's the same as before. He's admitting all guilt, and I step forward as tribute. He's taking full responsibility and using me, rightfully so. As for the crowd...
Wait. Why can't you use someone else?
I'm what's most valuable, what's most cherished to him. As she, you guys find like a stone bench, she kind of sits down. Her lighthearted mood kind of goes away as she's reminded as what she's gonna have to do tomorrow.
Look, it's not gonna happen. That's why I'm going to the meeting or the trial or whatever it is.
You're so sure that it's not gonna happen. What makes you so sure?
'Cause I have high charisma.
Oh, really now? 'Cause you were as red as a tomato just a few seconds ago.
Maybe not in certain departments.
She giggles a little bit, and at which point you hear Trevor yelling out for your name. Trevor's in the gardens. He's a bit higher up than you, going through like the hedges and the mazes and stuff like that. And he's kind of just like, you hear Theron being yelled out in the distance. How do you react?
I roll my eyes. And I go, I'm over here.
So you roll your eyes, and immediately, like, as you're about to talk, Adeline gets up and, like, pushes you up against one of the bushes, and she's like, shh, 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 and she's like, shakes her head, just like, no, they don't need you right now.
Well, maybe they have information. What's happening?
Did you hear something in the background? Did I hear something in the background? Okay, you said.
It was.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was Jeff. That was great.
Baron! Baron! Hello?
Make a persuasion check.
Who?
You.
Me?
You.
$15.
15.
It's kind of low for me. Wow.
She has you like up against the bush, and both her forearms, elbows are like on your chest, and she like almost in defeat, she puts her head on your chest as well. She's just like, I just was hoping we'd get a little more time. As her head's kind of just like shaking. All right. She takes a deep breath. I'll be right around the corner. As she is slowly is like taking a couple steps around the corner. And
You don't want to hear what they have to say? They were just talking to Dawn.
And she just kind of says, "Oh, trust me, I can hear them." As she like points to her ears.
Before, hey, I have bigger ears than you, woman.
She gives you a very stern look. She.
I'm sorry. But I do.
She goes.
Before she leaves, can I make an insight check?
Uh-huh. On her?
Yes.
Sure. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if she's really her or if she's telling the truth. Something of that nature. 'Cause it seems very sudden.
Uh-huh. Go for it.
20, but it's not natural.
Okay. It's her. Like, it's Adeline. You know from earlier what she was saying was like, yeah, this isn't the Adeline you are 100% familiar with, but it's still her. Like, you know it's her. You know she's being genuine, 100%. It is literally like a leap of fate that she's taking right now, because, again, you told her the truth. You didn't keep the truth from her. She's not used to someone being so caring towards her. So you guys are kind of still hitting the same beats, just at a different rhythm. And she's also, in her mind, as she said many times before, she truly believes she's going to die tomorrow. Right. And so she's just taking a leap of fate with you right now. And she's just trying to have fun, trying to make the most of a really shitty moment. And whereas other times she's always been so serious and whatnot. But yeah, you also get with that role the suggestion of like, hey, come hide with me around these bushes, or, you know, go back to your friends, but she'll still be waiting for you.
Okay. Theron finally says, I'm over here.
Alright, Woad, you quickly spot Theron as you are looking around, gazing, and you hear him. Trevor kind of has difficulty registering where his voice came from, but you pinpoint it right away, and you go straight over to the location. You see Theron by himself in the part of a garden.
There's a little bit of leaves in my hair.
Yeah. Well, we're just strange.
What?
So, I have exciting news.
What's that?
We have until the morning to figure out how to bring peace with the crowd, or they're all killed.
The mob?
Yes.
Ugh. Why didn't we leave the city earlier?
We still can.
Not wrong. He's not wrong.
We've done that before. Well, Theron's done that before. Do you remember Mario?
Do I? And then I had the consequences come and bite you guys back in the butt, and then you guys just walked away from that too.
Hell yeah.
The murder trial.
It's okay. It'll all come together towards endgame.
What? Hey, those were the actions of many, and now it's just me.
The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few, huh?
True.
Don't worry. It already happened. That's in the past. But yeah. So what would you?
In other words, Theron's like the last member of the original crew, and
That's true.
he has to
You're
suffer
you're
the
only original
consequences.
member of the band.
He has to deal with all the consequences.
I'm glad you think that's hilarious.
You know, I have to win
Pretty
sometimes.
funny.
You're like the guitar player from Dillinger Escape Plan. You're the only original member of the band.
Ha.
So, my first reaction would be to see if we can convince your father, Trevor, convince him to pull back his whatever strings he pulled to organize this, or have him offer assistance to protect them in the morning. Due to the nature of vampires and when they must rest, they will not have any guards in the morning.
Wait. Can't.
Wait, what?
Trevor, you are good at speaking, right?
I mean,
No. What's your charisma? You've got high charisma, right?
that sounds like a pretty meta question.
If you could put it on a scale of 1 to 20. But
Well, what are you suggesting, Sarah? What that I stand on a soapbox and I talk to these people and I say, "Don't worry, take your torches and go back to your homes. All is safe."
Exactly. You can tell them you're handling.
No, Farron, you misunderstood me. I was being sarcastic when I said
You
that.
misunderstand me. I say you do it.
Well, but
that
what if,
proposition sounds like a terrible
what if I'm
idea.
not good enough though?
If you're not, then we go to a different plan. But you haven't tried.
But
If anything,
I have tried.
that may be the
You-
worst case scenario. He may incite the riot unwillingly.
Yeah, like I mean,
Unwillingly. Oh, fine. Are you asking? Look, I just think that you can talk to them better because you're Dunshire, so they kind of know you, right?
I'm sorry. Hold on, it's too real. What if I say something to the mob and they interpret it the wrong way and violence ensues? It's too real right now, you guys.
Him being a Dunshire has nothing to do with it.
Okay, I'm back in.
Well, they are the leaders of the city currently, are they not?
And the head leader is the one who spread this information, and now his youngest, I do not know
Yeah,
the situation of siblings, but now the youngest is up trying to dissuade everyone.
I mean, what is that gonna look like? That my father was the guy who told all these people to like come here,
No.
but then
here's
his
what-
son is saying,
No.
"Don't worry about it. Go back."
I put my hand over Trevor's mouth.
Okay,
Look.
don't do that. No, we're having a conversation. You don't have to physically put your hand on my fucking mouth. Yeah, I said fucking. I'm grown
You're
up now.
already-
Just have a conversation with me.
You can't
Don't
talk
shut
with my
me up.
hand over your mouth.
You can't. Okay. First off, make a grapple check, and then you can contest it, Trevor, with an acrobatics or athletics.
Okay, I'm not very strong. I get an 11.
Contest it with
Athletics or acrobatics.
I know I have
it doesn't
a-
matter.
I know
You cover his
Woad
mouth.
has a mask, but Woad's face
10.
through the mask was just contempt.
So
I got a 10 to contest it.
Haha!
So you cover his mouth.
Look, I'm not. I know you don't like this. I know it's rude and mean, but you're not listening. I think that you should just tell him that you're here taking care of it, and you got all of this under control. You don't need them, and they should go back to their homes where it's safe from vampires. And I let my hand take my hand from his mouth.
Trevor takes a deep breath in, and he lets out a deep exhale.
Woza.
Okay. Okay. And I will dimension door direct. So you said like hallucinatory terrain is going on?
Correct.
I will dimension door just beyond that to where I will actually be visible to the mob.
So, okay. You see these dwarves on the map? They're the mob.
Shit. Oh shit, we're looking at a map now.
Okay, you see these vampire spawns? They're the guards. Okay, you guys are over here in the garden. Behind the house.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
are you going to dimension door from the garden all the way to the front of the house? Because the hallucinatory terrain is just there just in case there's any, like, peeping toms that want to go around the house. Like, around here or something like that. But they're not. They're all in the front.
Right.
So the hallucinatory terrain is literally just there for extra precaution. I'm sorry. You know why it's there. It's there because that's where the hatch is to get into the crypt below. Where you guys fought the dude, Vampire Lord. And so
Volvo, whatever his name was.
Vantis Volvo.
Oh.
Today we're sponsored by and so so Vantis of Aurelia is that's when you guys fought him down there, but they're using hallucinatory terrain to essentially like hide the entrance of the crypt.
Right.
So yeah. So is that are you teleporting base essentially?
Yeah, I basically
here
want
to
to
here?
appear directly in front of the crowd.
Okay. Okay.
You don't know where he's going, right? 'Cause
You
he's
don't.
random.
No, he opens up a door. I mean, you can react and because he has to like cast the spell.
Where are you going?
But I go. You told me to talk to these people and say, "Hey, it's okay. Go back to your homes." I'm going to talk to them and say, "Hey, go back to your homes."
It's like you have the dimension door up.
Are you going alone?
What? Oh my God, Theron! You literally just told me, go tell these people it's okay. Go back to your homes, and that's what I was gonna do. What? Is there something else to the plan?
I sound like Adam Sandler now. I'll get the Sorry, Olivia. Go ahead.
I still do not agree to this plan, simply due to the fact that I don't think Trevor has gained any political repertoire the same way his father has.
Theron, look me in the eyes.
And I do the thing where, like, I hold up, like, the index finger and the middle finger, and I point to my eyes, and I point back to... I'm doing the...
Look at me. Look at my eyes. Theron, are you looking at me?
Darren rolls his eyes.
What do you want me to do? Tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
Adeline then comes around the corner and she says, I think he wants you to talk to the crowd, but he wants to be there with you just in case you slip up and say something silly, so he can back you up or he can put a band-aid over anything that might happen. He wants to support you and he doesn't want to leave you out there with an angry mob.
Okay, that's great. Theron, is that accurate?
Yes.
So basically, literally 10 seconds ago, when you said, "Hey, Trevor, go talk to these people," what you meant was, "Hey, we should go talk to these people." And what I mean by "we" is you're gonna say some stuff, and then I will correct you if you say something stupid.
No. You will talk to them, and I will try and smooth it out if you say
Okay.
something.
Okay, so we're
Stupid.
both gonna be there. You're gonna let me do my thing. But if you disagree with it, you'll say something. But if I'm doing an okay job, you'll let it ride.
It's not if I disagree, it's if you say something to entice the riot.
Holy crap, man! Do you want me to talk, or do you want to talk? Do you want to just do the talking?
Do you not understand why you have to talk?
Oh my, yes, oh my god! Just tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do.
I already told you.
Well, you did tell me that I was gonna dimension door and be and materialize in front of the people, and it was gonna be all cool.
Adeline
sound like fucking
walks
Cartman now.
up and puts both her hands on your shoulders, Trevor. And she says,
yeah, woosa, woosa.
Hey,
Woosa.
calm down. As she starts she kind of just like starts to try to soothe you down for a little
I don't
bit.
even know what Trevor sounds like anymore. But it works. It's the barbarian coming out. He's getting frustrated.
I do what I want.
Hey, Trevor.
Respect my authority.
I understand that what is being asked of you is a lot.
That feels great, Adeline. A little bit lower. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Keep
She
talking,
then just
keep
like
talking.
stops touching you. And
I wasn't trying to be gross. Just to be fair, I just meant like get that one specific muscle in the shoulder.
No, that's fine. It's Adeline. That's just her personality. She then
Not that
turns
it
to
was
you.
gross or creepy. It was just enough.
Yeah. Thank you. Ramon put it like Wode put it exactly as stated. That's how Adeline felt.
Look,
I was like, that's enough.
Just tell me what you guys want me to do. And I'll do it.
Adeline turns you to
I
face
found the
her.
voice again. Here we go.
She says,
It's not it.
I understand this is a lot on your shoulders, and I think your companions here want to put their faith in you. I believe they trust you, and honestly, I've seen a little bit of what you're capable of. It's quite impressive for someone your age. Look, you have a reputation not as a Dunshire, but as a city savior. And Theron just wants to support you, even though he can't say it in the most clear of ways. But that's it. He wants to be there with you when you're taking on this endeavor. And I'm sure Wode just enjoys the entertainment.
Yes.
So,
All right, Theron. What do you say? Let's go out there and give these people a show. And I hold my hand out for Theron to take so we can walk out hand in hand.
Adeline she's like kneeling down, but she's still taller than Trevor, and she just looks up at you, Theron, as if like she raises like both eyebrows, just like entertain the kid.
Theron takes his hand.
Yeah, you do. All right. Hand in hand, Trevor will lead Theron, and we'll march to go talk to the mob.
Where are you going?
Come
Just
on.
so I know where to go. I think
Really thought we had established that by now.
Just follow us.
you haven't.
I mean, you
I cannot
established
follow
it with
through.
the talking voice in your head that perceives as the
You-
godly entity.
you ha-
But you didn't establish
You
it with
haven't
your
said where
friends.
you're heading. I'd rather stay hidden in case things get bad.
To
Hey, Theron,
what?
tell Wode what he needs to do, because I'm not gonna.
Why? Why
Again,
not?
you have not said where you're going.
All right. Birdface. We're going to the front of the mansion. To.
Wode's gonna put up his hand and say, "That's all I needed to know. I understand the plan. Your terrible communication skills, as I've said before, do not make things easier. Theron.
My terrible communication skills.
And Wood will walk off to go find a spot where he can see what's going on. To stay hidden.
Wait, what are you talking about? I have great communication skills.
Given the fact that Theron's hand is in mine, I'll take my other hand and just kind of console Theron's hand. Like, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. He's got it. He's got it.
Adeline, she's gonna walk with you guys next to Trevor, but she's okay. Well, and as you guys get up to the front of the gates and the crowd is kind of up there, they seem to be there seems to be more and more like escalation as the guards. You can see that one of them looks pretty tired and is walking back in from the gates back inside. And you both are aware of what this fatigue looks like. It looks like someone who has basically used up all their mana and is just drained of mana. They've been casting calm emotions on these people probably for the last couple of hours. But you can still hear as the people are kind of out there just being like, "Oi! Y'all can't hide in there forever! Come out and face us!" And you hear another one, "Show us your fangs!" And then the other people are just kind of just like, they're going around, they're standing on top of the water fountain in the middle of the neighborhood. They're kind of yelling out, they're holding up their torches, and they're not giving in. Every once in a while they'll push in on the guards will push them back, and then one of the guards will cast a spell, and all of them will like shake their heads like, oh, like they all just sneezed or something, and then they'll be like, ugh. And then a couple minutes will go by and they'll start to get a little rowdy again.
So right before we get in front of the crowd, I want to look up to Theron for just one last beat. I'll say, "Hey, Theron."
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that very often I tend to screw things up. So if you feel like you need to jump in, obviously I welcome you to jump in. But I honestly think that I kind of have a good idea of what to say to these people. So maybe just you know give me like a couple of beats, if that makes any sense. Like if you feel instinctually you need to jump in, maybe don't right away. Give me a couple of chances before you jump in. I think I might have this.
Adeline walks up and says, "Is this the route we want to take about going about this?"
Well, I just thought it might save a lot of lives if it works. If it doesn't, we just still have an angry mob outside.
Yeah, those are two of the three scenarios that could play out.
Hey, Adeline.
She looks down at you with a quick glance.
Don't take this the wrong way, because I don't mean any disrespect to you, but this was Theron's plan. So, given that it was a Theron plan, I think it's a pretty solid plan. He's pretty good at making up plans.
You know...
Make a persuasion check. There are one or two ways she can respond to that.
I really hope this goes high. I want this to be the moment that... Oh, fuck you!
Oh,
Your natural one!
Oh, no!
I give up!
No.
Dungeons and Dragons is a dumb game. I don't want to play anymore. I revoke you, Wizards of the Coast.
At least you used it on Adeline.
You can use
Fuck
the
you.
inspiration.
No, fuck this. I'm using my inspiration. Yes. Yes.
Oh boy.
It's pretty.
Natural 20!
Oh no. I'm just thinking that could have gone to the crowd.
I I've never been more excited in my entire life, and I am alone in my apartment, and my dog just ran away because I was loud all of a sudden.
No.
So, Adeline,
I've never rolled a natural 1 and then used inspiration and got a natural 20. I feel great right now. I
it's
don't
a
know about the
freaking
rest of
amazing
you.
roll. It's an amazing
We
roll.
could have definitely could have used that.
You know what? It made a great moment. I'll take it. I'll take it.
And it was a persuasion.
Persuasion.
And
So it's gonna be
so
like
that's a
40,
32.
32.
I
Okay.
persuaded you to use that too. I was like, hey, can you use inspiration?
All right. So you failed. No, I'm kidding.
Immediately.
So Adeline looks at you for a moment as you say
I'm
that,
sorry, Dave.
and you give it towards you give your motivation and inspiration towards Theron, and she looks at Theron again. One of those moments where she's like speaking to you, but just looking at Theron, making eye contact with him, and she goes, "I know, he saved me." And then she steps away.
You know, that was really nice of you, but I don't know if any of my plans have actually been all carried out.
No, Theron, you misunderstand. Apparently, that's what I'm saying. Is that you do make really good plans. It's just that the group, tends to improvise or embellish on your plans. But I think this time, if we should just stick to the plan, and then everything will be fine.
All right. So, Mario, is there like a stone gate or wall or anything nearby?
It's a metal gate that's in between you, and then in front of you guys in front of the gate is the guards, and then it's the crowd. Yeah, so it's a metal gate that you can see through. There's like bushes, there's hedges that like have grown along it, so that like that act as kind of like a wall, but it's just bars essentially.
Can I set Trevor up on a hedge?
I'll allow it.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. It's not going to be
Trying to make him a
the
little bit
best
taller.
platform to stand on. So if anything happens, just be aware that his footing will not be secure.
I mean, I guess I could look around for something else. I don't think I have anything.
I have such epic music playing, thinking that.
Yeah, the folding boat. Just pop it out.
I forgot you guys had that.
Um,
It's like, why don't you sell that thing?
I don't know. We might need a boat. Who knows? Is there anything like in the front yard area that I can see to put him on?
There's like a bird fountain. If you want to use that as kind of like a podium.
Yeah.
You can probably gather some boxes and stuff like that, and like put a box down, then put him on it, and put the bird fountain on there, or not a bird fountain, a bird bath. You know what I'm talking about, bird bath.
Yeah. Bird bath.
You can put him on the bird bath. So box, bird bath, and then
But wouldn't the bird
Sure.
bath be taller than him?
it would be. So, but he's standing on it, right?
Well,
Because you're trying to put him on top of something.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if there are boxes, I'll just stack the boxes up.
True.
I'll make a little.
There's
area in
like-
the box.
Like you would have to go get the box though. It's not like in the front yard.
I don't need a soapbox, Theron.
Well, how will they see you? Are you just gonna talk to them through the gate?
Well, actually, I also have a question.
Sure.
Because I assume that even though what they're looking at is hallucinatory terrain.
No. The backyard's hallucinatory terrain. The front yard's left alone.
Okay. What is the makeup of people in the mob? Are they all humans?
It's a
Or
mixture.
Are there
It's very
dwarves
mixed.
and elves, etc.
It's very mixed. The main race is humans, but humans dominate a lot of just most regions. This is a major trading area. So there you do see there's a big gnome population here because of the Dunshire family, but there's also orcs and elves and stuff like that. But most of them look like mercenaries or travelers or adventurers like yourselves. There's shopkeepers that are here. It's a big variety of people. There is
Fuck yes.
yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Olivia, continue.
So you want to just stack boxes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stack them up in a pyramid, so in front of the gate, but not outside of it.
Okay, you are able to procure one box. Sorry.
Only one?
Yeah, sorry, I rolled for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Unfortunately,
Trevor.
I don't have boxes premeditated in my house. I don't have.
Hey, he's got a lot of shit, Darvon does.
He
apparently.
does.
Like the first time we walked in there was a bunch of shit.
There's a ton of stuff. Hence why there's only one box. Because most
But
of
he
it's
needs
out
more-
and about. 'Cause
He needs more boxes to put his stuff in.
you should tell him that.
Alright, okay. So, sorry, Trevor, I could only find one box. So, you'll be a little higher.
So are you gonna do this behind the gate?
Yeah, not outside of it.
Okay.
That's why it needs to be taller so that they pay attention to it. Trevor? Did you fall
Yeah.
asleep again?
No, I'm just looking at you, trying to find something for me to stand on. Apparently.
Found a box.
Okay.
Put him up on the box.
Can they see me?
They can see you through the
hello?
gate, but the guards are in the way. You on
I
top of
kind
the box.
Wave my arms over my head. Hello, everybody.
You on top of the box. You make up basically an average sized person at this point.
I'm gonna cast Major Image,
Okay.
and because I'm double checking my spell slots, I want to be fair. I'm doing it at 4th level. Doesn't do anything special. I'm just using the 4th spell slot because that's all I got left right now. I'm gonna cast it at 4th level, and I'm just gonna cast an image of myself, but like bigger and grandiose. It's like a laser show version of myself.
Okay.
So like everything that I do, every motion that I make, the major image is gonna mimic that, but it's gonna be like a laser show, like projection above my own self.
Okay. So you cast major image.
Hello.
you
I'm,
get
like,
it-
waving my hands. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Hello, please. Stop walking. I have something to say.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta close this, and then I gotta reopen. I'm taking notes. Reopen the thing, and I'm gonna do that. That is a 26.
26. Okay, so you project your image. People look up at it. The image alone catches a lot of people's attention, and then they hear your small squeaky voice, and a lot of them start. They go. One of them's like, "Oi, who's talking?" And the guards are kind of like blocking the view towards you.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? My name is Trevor Denshire.
Denshire's talking. Oh, we got a Dunshire on the other side of the house. We've gained foothold. And the rest of the crowd's kind of like, yeah! Ah!
Hi, everyone. I'm Pruitt Denshire's son. I would just like a moment of your time to say a few words if you have a moment. Hello?
We're listening! Oi! We're listening!
Okay. So first.
Tell us how to
first,
take these guys down!
Okay, let's pause that for just a moment. There's a couple of things that I would like to point out. I would like to first, because I feel like we should all put our cards on the table. Done
Shark! Done Shark! Done Shark!
Okay.
Done Shark! Done Shark! Done Shark! Done Shark! Done Shark! Done Shark!
Let me
Done
take
Shark!
a quick
Done
poll.
Shark! Done
Okay,
Shark!
You guys gotta be
Done
quiet
Shark!
if anything is gonna be
Done
accomplished.
Shark! Done Shark!
Let me
Shark!
take a quick poll.
Done Shark!
Raise your hand
Done Shark!
if you came here
Done
to
Shark!
cause harm
Done Shark!
to the people
Done Shark!
inside this house.
Done Shark! You say that out loud, and then one of them goes, "Cause harm! Cause harm!" And the rest of the crowd's just like, "Ah! Ah! Done Shark! Done Shark!"
Calm down. Calm down. I'm trying to get a sense for what we're all here to accomplish. Okay. Now, raise your hand
We fall Done
if you want
Shark!
to cause harm to these people
We fall Done
specifically
Shark!
because they are vampires.
We fall Done Shark! And as you say that, down with the vampires! Down with the vampires! As they're all just like
Okay,
cheering
okay,
and
okay,
chanting
okay,
with you.
Okay.
Can Theron walk up to the guards and say, "Cast calm emotions, quick"?
All right. The
no,
guards
no,
then
I got
cast
this,
calm
I got
emotions.
Theron,
Well, you don't.
trust me, I
You
got
don't
this.
hear Theron say this.
Okay.
You see
I
Theron
want-
walk
I
up
want
to the
equip my
guards.
pistol.
Where are you at right now, Wode?
Like I said, I just wanted to be able to, kind of stay hidden and see what's going on. So as Woad, I want to equip my.
Okay, where do you
my
want to
pistol.
hide?
Since I can't see the map.
It's fine. There's there's
like
not really
behind,
a map
like-
right now.
Like essentially behind over shrubbery where I can see what's going on, but still stay hidden. But if I need to get to them, it's not going to be an issue.
Okay, make a stealth check. So the crowd rolled a 17. They're kind of inexplicably like really excited now because they think Trevor is there for them, and the calm emotions just didn't go through.
Stealth is a 27.
That's good. You are hidden. No one seems to know where you're at. You're on the side in kind of exactly what you said in the shrubbery. You're not in the same yard though. You're in the neighbor's yard because Darvon has a gate around his whole place.
I can still get to them if need be, right?
Yeah, you can hop the gate real easily.
Yeah.
It would just take it would be a difficult terrain. Well, it would be climbing, but you get what I'm saying. It would just be
Not huge.
10 feet.
It'd just be a fucking Scott. It'd be like a quick, like, whoop.
Yeah. So it would cost you 10 feet instead of 5 feet.
Okay.
Yes, Louis. Thank you for that. And so you're hidden. The guards look to you, Theron, and they just shake their heads. Trevor, you can continue.
Okay, everybody, calm down now. Again, nothing gets accomplished until we go through. Okay, settle down. Okay, now let me ask all of you a question. Would you be acting the way that you're acting now if the people inside this house were all elves? Raise your hand if you would be acting exactly as you are now if the people inside were not vampires, but they were elves.
Okay, so make a persuasion check to see if you can calm these people down, because you're trying to get hundreds,
31.
if not close to 1,000 people to calm down. Unfortunately, they don't calm down and listen like school graders with that. The crowd, they're listening. You don't get all of them to attentively raise their hands because a good portion of them can't even hear you in the back.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And so, there's this awkward chain of motion where someone will yell something in the front to kind of like get the message to the back for you. But it's this game of telephone, and then the people in the back just start cheering and chanting, and it's becoming this commotion. Not a bad one, but not one. Again, they are under the guise that you are there with them. So you ask this question, and the people in the front, one person in the front says, "Well, no! They're blood-sucking vampires, and we're going to gut the every living life out of them."
Okay. Good job, you. But now look, and I point to. I try to find some elven folk in the mob, and I'm trying to make like a correlation. Like, look, they're like I just said. Would you do the same thing if they were elves? And you said no. But look, there are elves that feel exactly the same as you do. So. And then I'll try to address the full crowd again. Now, I want to ask a second follow-up question. Would you be acting the same as you are now if they were orcs in this house?
You get kind of the same response as like
guys.
There's muttering,
some of you,
and they're like,
some of you yourselves are orcs. You wouldn't want to hurt your own kind, right?
As they are. They're starting to get confused, but they're following you.
Okay.
Can I make my way over to them?
And
Theron is?
Yeah, you'll lose your positioning though.
And really,
fine.
come on.
Okay.
And I try to spot some fellow gnomish folk. And honestly, like, come on, guys, you can definitely relate to me. Like if these were gnomish folk, like guys, that's like killing your own. Come on now. I mean, look. And now I'm speaking to the entire crowd.
Okay.
Of like, people, think about this. There are so many different versions of us throughout the lands. I mean, there's humans, and there's elves, and there's orcs, and there's gnomes, and there's vampires. There's turtles and tieflings, and people that live in the oceans. There's merfolk. There's all different types of people in the world, but at the core, we're all just people trying to make our way. Like, we all have jobs. We all clock in somewhere. We all clock out somewhere. And we're all just trying to make ends meet. And ultimately,
they're not people.
Our own.
They're not people.
What do you mean they're not people? And I look at
and then another person.
Like, what makes them not people?
Another person pipes out.
Answer me that question.
They eat us. They eat all of us.
Okay. What do you eat?
And then another person pipes down. He's with them. He's hiding behind the gate.
Theron rolls his eyes and walks back towards Trevor. Think you're losing them?
Let me ask you all a question.
No, stop with the questions.
What makes these people less than you?
Make a persuasion check.
You are supposed to tell them that you haven't handled.
With-
God
they
damn it.
shall
With-
go home.
I mean, you ask questions and people try to answer while others get riled up, and then others are very confused as to why like this conversation's trying to happen because they were already riled up people. You're like most of your persuasion checks have been just trying to keep their attention because every time you ask a question, it sparks debate,
it's
and then you're
fucking 1,000
sparking
people there.
and so at this point they one of the people just say and what's your point? What are you getting at? And then the rest of the group's just kind of like, yeah, and and now you're in a position where they are becoming a little more rowdy, but you still have their attention.
My point is that there are so many different types of us in the world. So many different types of people. We're different sizes, we're different shapes, we're different colors. We believe in different things and we feel different things and yes, obviously we eat different things. But and sure, sometimes we disagree on things, but that doesn't mean we just go around killing everybody because they're different. That's completely asinine. It's look, vampires, I understand. No, I'm not gonna say that. Vampires are people just like orcs are people, just like elves are people, just like gnomes are people, just like humans are people. They just happen to be a different type of people. And they deserve to live in the same realm as all of the other people. And it's wrong to try and destroy them just because they're kind of different from you.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on, baby. Come on. Never mind. There and get ready.
What is it?
It's a 15.
So there are people that hear you out and they take your side, and you get a couple people that are just kind of like, he's got a point. Darwan has lived here for quite some time and nothing's really happened. And then you get someone that's just like, are you mad? They survive off of us. How many have gone missing in the streets? How many dead that we thought were lost at sea? Or that shown up on shore? It could have been them eating us for pleasure. Where do you think they get their food supply from? And then it kind of like splits.
Do I get a sense that these conversations are happening?
Yes, they're happening throughout the crowds, and you've nearly split them with your roles because you've got them to listen to you and you've set them up for this thing, and you were setting yourself for a layup, and then you just kind of like missed the goal.
I immediately then look to Theron. Theron, do you meet my gaze?
Yep.
And I say, I tried. Don't hate me for this. And I will cast Dimension Door, and I will teleport just into the middle of the crowd.
Oh boy.
Oh,
He goes in.
And I will take.
Can I try to grab him through the dimension door?
You can attempt to. Yeah, go ahead and yeah, go ahead and make a grappling check.
good and not good.
And then you can contest it.
It was.
Yeah, I got a 17.
Ah.
He slips through your fingers before you can grab him.
Trevor, don't go out.
Trevor,
there.
you zoom, portal opens up in the middle of the crowd as you zoom, appear. People step back as they're surprised that a portal just opened up in between them, and they kind of create a small circle around you, a little bit flabbergasted at the moment.
So I say to Theron, don't hate me for this. I dimension door. Shoot! As soon as I appear one amongst the mob, I take my last bead and I drop it and I cast Fireball on myself.
What?
Okay, roll for damage.
Hold
What's
on,
the-
I have to open the
what's-
advanced dice roller.
What's the save for
Dexterity.
I know, but what does the crowd have to beat?
17.
17.
I'm gonna look at Woad and be like, what is he doing? Is he killing the crowd?
Yeah, he just murdered a lot of people.
Oh my god.
Like straight up murdered.
Theron.
Okay,
If
so
want- if
you
want
drop it and there's
like,
this
We need now.
you need to make a save as well, Trevor.
I did. I took 25 damage.
Okay, there's a explosion of flame as you appear. People, for one moment, that someone's like, oh, "What's he doing?" And then you drop the bead and engulf a huge group of people in flames with you. You take about a dozen people and you injure about a dozen more. Actually, half of 25 still kills civilians. So you killed about like maybe 2 dozen people right then and there. So you for sure killed a dozen people, and then another dozen people, so about 10 or 9 people are unconscious and are dying from severe burn wounds. And at which point
Theron.
the crowd
Leave.
gets enraged and they freak out, and the people that were once questioning what happened look in horror as the smell of burnt bodies begin to fill the air.
Oh my god.
And then
Why did you do that?
they
Ah!
begin
Go get your lover.
running and attacking the guards, at which point the guards then unsheath their weapons and begin slaughtering the civilians in front of them.
I stand
Can
at
I continue with some more stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
What are you doing?
So far,
Shut
you've
up!
done an action, so you have a bonus action and a movement.
Oh well. Technically, what I want to do would constitute an action.
Okay, we'll
so
see.
if you-
Well, depending on what you want to do, I'll see what happens.
Because I have no other weapons, because I gave Woad the Sunblade.
I gave that back to you when you asked me for it.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because you said he
Yep.
wasn't using it. He didn't use it.
Yeah.
Oh well, then.
So you have the Sunblade on you.
I don't have the rule. I think it's technically a fucking bonus action just to bring it out.
It's a free movement.
Trevor would like to fall on the Sunblade.
Okay, so you're killing yourself?
What I can. Oh man, this is the darkest thing I've ever done in this game. It essentially, what I upside down.
Okay.
Essentially where Trevor's head is at, and it's being manipulated in some way. But what Trevor is thinking is, if you all want a vampire, I'll give you a vampire.
Okay.
Trevor is embracing, I'm in danger of becoming a vampire, and if I die, I will become a vampire, and all of these people want to, like, he's acting completely irrationally right now.
Okay. So
He in his mind, all he has to do is die, and then he'll turn into a vampire, and then he can be like, "Hey, everybody, I'm a vampire now. You want to kill me? I'll take you on."
okay. Okay. If those are your intentions, we can go back.
Okay.
So Woad is telling you get
So
Adeline and run.
what's So I was gonna do this either way, Trevor, and since you told me what you're gonna do, it's gonna happen. So Trevor then falls on his sword. I wasn't gonna make you roll for it. I was just gonna say you flat out become mortally wounded. You go unconscious. You said you did it specifically through your head, right?
It's like, I mean, I
Is that
sort of prop
is
it
that
up and then
like is that
to
what
go
you
straight-
want to do? Like you want it to
straight
go
my
through your head,
torso, like
Your
through
torso.
my heart.
through
Yeah.
your heart?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're dead. You're not unconscious. You're dead.
Why are you killing yourself?
He's dead. He can't say. He's Trevor dies. The crowd freaks out. You guys can react. The guards unsheath their swords. The crowd looks like they are about like they're freaking out because they literally just got bombed, and they are about to attack. At least half of them are. The other half are running away in fear. Seeing what just happened. How do you guys want to respond? As again, the guards are unsheathing their blades and they're about to slaughter the crowd.
Darren, I believe you need to take control of the situation,
Okay.
and I might be able to get them to focus on you with my pistol.
Okay.
I can shoot it in
5,
the air.
Did we
4,
see? Did we see?
3. You can't see. 2.
Okay, we can't see.
Darren, do you want
1.
me to do it or not?
You have to make a decision now.
Do you want me to shoot in the air?
Hey, give me a second.
To get the
God.
crowd. No, time's up. Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
What I want to do is I want to go out of the gate, get in front of the guards, and I want to cast fear. And I'm gonna try and cast it at. Let's see what level. Can it be cast at a higher level?
No, it's a cone, so it just hits anything that's in front of it.
Okay. I'm gonna cast it.
The civilians fail, and the ones that were going to attack turn heel and just take off. Trampling on some of the bodies, you see in the middle of what is to be burnt corpses and other people that are moaning and groaning in pain. And you see Trevor in a pool of his own blood, surrounded by soot and ash, as the sun blade, glowing immaculately, is pierced straight through his chest, where his heart should be, and he lays there lifeless. And we'll find out next week what happens.
What? We're not done with
Oh.
this session.
Damn it! And I was about to just say, I hope I remember this. Okay, I have to write it down then.
Yeah, no, we're gonna stop there.
All right. Well, I'm glad the fear worked.
Yeah, fear is a really good spell. So okay, I'm in total shock right now. You've dispersed the crowd. You've gotten rid of the mob. You've disorganized them, and honestly, it's hard to reorganize something like that again. You showed them all their worst fears, which was probably a flock of vampires attacking them.
Which I didn't want to do. That's why I didn't want to do it in the first place.
It's okay. Most of the time with stuff like
But
that,
he
they
gave-
know it's a spell that was cast on them. And
He gave us an opportunity,
so
and what plans to
so what I'm trying to say is thank you for watching that episode of Dragon and Friends podcast. We are now moving on to the post-game discussion where we will be discussing our players' thoughts, the DM's thoughts, and things like that. If you want to keep up to date on the date, you can hit the link below where it takes you to YouTube, and feel free to follow to keep up with us. We play every Monday at 8 p.m. Central Time. So, yeah, let's move on to the post-game discussion with Rightly So. What the fuck, Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff, what are you doing?
I just want to first point out, every time I take notes during this campaign, I always stop writing when we get into like the last hour of gameplay.
Oh my god.
And like, I literally just started trying to. Oh shit! I gotta
Okay,
write this down so I remember it for next time.
So
Wait,
I need to
why
know.
did
I need
you
to
kill
know.
yourself?
If you don't want to say, if you don't want to meta this and you want to save it till next session, and then explain after next
No.
session, then by all means, please do that, because that's what part of this post discussion is. Leave people on their toes. Let the audience know what you were thinking. But I want to know. I want to know. Like, for me, that feels really out of character for Trevor. Like, that is so left field for Trevor. I am honestly shocked. I don't understand.
That's some shit Wood would do.
I don't understand, like, where, because it's weird, because you're morally, you are there to protect, you're standing up for these misunderstood creatures, essentially, and then you kill innocent civilians to stop them from killing innocent civilians, which is something I've never seen Trevor do. I've seen Duncan come close to it.
Mm-hmm.
In a kind of a misunderstanding kind of way, where Duncan's just like, oh, this guy's just a jerk, he deserves to die. But Trevor's always been more of the, like, I would say more of the, like, lawful good characters. This is so... This is not what I was expecting. Not at all what I would have never predicted this.
There's a lot going into it. There's, I think a big part of it is Trevor is just so stretched. I guess is the best way to put it. Trevor at this point doesn't know what are his thoughts, what are the thoughts of his other party members, what are the thoughts of his father, what are Darvan's thoughts. It's a lot going on, and I think ultimately what Trevor is going through is that the closest relationship that he has, the person that he feels he actually has the strongest bond with, is Duncan. in a weird way. Like, given their history and given everything that happened with, you know, the time loop and killing Vantis and that whole kind of sacrifice and them finally being separated, is I feel like Trevor feels that he has lost something that he's trying to get back to.
But it was Trevor's choice to get rid of Duncan. Trevor and I chose
think that. He is immediately regretting that. I think even given the fact that it's only been a day, it's only been 2 days since they've...
No. It's been nearly a week, if not close to 2 weeks.
Oh, that's right, because we had...
Because you guys went shopping, and you had downtime, and you guys did some stuff. So it's been about a week. I think that,
like Trevor, and it's also it's not even just it's predominantly Duncan, but given the circumstances, is like I think that the closest relationship, like the person that means the most to Trevor, is Duncan at this point. Which is ironic given the fact that, like, it was his bully, and this is the guy that, like, made his life absolute shit when he was a kid. But also Trevor is kind of looking around now, which is like he had like this tight relation, or he had kind of an interesting close relationship with Vasha, but she's off doing her own thing. He had a really tight relationship with Dion, and now suddenly he's like, hey, I'm gonna do my own thing, but I'm not even gonna bother to say it to you face to face. Oh, okay, well, clearly we can just go off on our own journeys and not really tell people what our motivations are. We can just write it down in a little note. That's fine. And he longs, oh my god, does Trevor long to have this kinship with Theron, but it just keeps not quite being what Trevor wants it to be.
So, it sounds like Trevor's being very, very dependent on those around him. Like, he's had this self-discovery moment, and now he instantly, you know, he has this opportunity to be his own person, but he is instantly looking for someone else to, I guess, create a symbiotic relationship with. And
absolutely.
I mean, does that justify going out and murdering people in the streets?
No, absolutely not. I am literally at this point of, like, I do not I don't justify whatsoever.
Do you think it's important to show the decline of a character in the game? Do you think it's important to show that Trevor is suffering through this stuff? And because as a player, so, like, think about it this way: as a player, yeah, you're having this inner monologue with your character, and you're developing your character your own way, which is beautiful. Again, this is just talk, but do you think it's important to speak out to your players, kind of like how what's her name, Lady Keyleth does? She's always I love Keyleth because she's probably the most, like, emotional of the group, from what I know. From what I've seen. And whereas, like, Travis is very much the most supportive of the group, in my opinion. But I think, like, if you keep all that inner monologue and then you do something, like, your party has to deal with those consequences.
Right. I think too, a big thing that happened in this session is that and again, this ultimately falls to, again, the beauty of D&D, which is the dice fall where they may, is that Trevor really thought that he could reason with these people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Trevor just hit a point of like, I tried talking to this person, being as amenable as I possibly could be, trying to be as neutral as I possibly could be. They didn't listen to me. I tried talking to my dad. I thought that my dad, of all people, would understand. Clearly that didn't work. And then here he is looking at every conceivable type of person that has ever existed and thinking like, look, guys, like, we're all just people. It's all good. Like, just chill out. You know, and obviously, like, a big part of it is immaturity. Is like, dude, like, the world is not marshmallows and rainbows. Like, there are inherently people who just want to watch the world burn. And he's just trying to reason with people, like, guys, it's okay. Let's all be happy. It's all fine. But still, they just want to, like, he's a vampire. Fuck him. We gotta kill him. And I think Trevor just reached a breaking point. And again, thinking simultaneously, I mean, you know, maybe I come back as a vampire. That'll show my dad, right? Like, he's so anti-vampire, like, hey, look at me, I'm a vampire now. And he's, I mean, and obviously, like, again, like, he's not thinking clearly at all.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a lot of immature decisions being made by a very immature individual.
I understand. So I understand that up to the suicide. Like, I understand up the suicide. Like, all of that makes sense for the suicide, but that's to take other people with you along that like, to me, that's never fit Trevor's trope. Again, you know the character better, but like, to me, that was the most shocking part. Like, honestly, like, and no offense to you or Trevor, like, I can grasp the suicide. Okay, that makes sense to me. Like, it still surprised me, but I can follow where your mind's kind of going, and I can try to, like, I can help you make this story that you're wanting to make. But you completely, like, was like 100% like, what the hell is happening, when you literally, like, straight up. And then what you told me in private chat, I was just like, wow, like, this is a 180. This is a completely different character. I
will absolutely follow you to that, actually, because I think in my head I was just like too in Trevor's headspace, and I was trying to do something dramatic, like, to be completely honest. And technically, I mean, I'm not saying, like, if you want to retcon this, maybe
I can't.
But like, it would have probably made more sense if he had dimension doored the opposite direction and been like, I'm gonna do this to myself, and then he, like, shows up out of nowhere and suddenly he's like,
right,
or
his plan went through, as opposed to
suicide bomb myself
and take some people with me. Because it was like, it's like your whole speech was about understanding one another and looking at the humanity within each other, and that it doesn't matter what we are, who we are, we're all just trying to survive in this world that goes around and around and around. And then you do exactly what they wanted to do. I was like, oh my gosh.
But to be honest, I mean, like, I think in that moment, I just felt like, you know, like we want to believe that we are the strongest of us all, and we would step up above that.
Right.
That even, like, we're trying to say, like, hey, we are all the same, to a crowd of people who are saying, no, you are different.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
And we would like to believe that we could stand strong, mm-hmm. and hold steadfast, but sometimes they don't give a shit, you know? And I think just, I don't know, I think I did have, like, an instinctual, like, fuck it, man, like fuck them. I'm
So-
trying to say we're all the same and it's all cool, but they're saying we're not
Yeah.
hearing what you're saying. Fuck them.
Thank you, Fables, for the follow. I'll check you out stream if I have time. But yeah, appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, no, I get it, man. I get it. Heat of the moment, those decisions happen. I'm curious what Olivia, Ramon. I'm so curious, like what you guys think.
I mean, yeah, this is a breaking point for a character who committed a murder suicide and incited a riot. This was kind of the worst case scenario fear that the way Wode's looking at it, that Wode had, but he's not freaking out in the way that Theron might be. He's more of, okay, this happened.
What's next?
Survivability kicked in to Wode now. That's why while you guys read the upside down, Wode turned to Theron and was telling them, "Hey, if you want to survive this, we need to grab Adeline if you care about her, and we need to go." And then when Theron said no, gain control of the group, even though I wasn't able to say it, but Wode is now kind of seeing the group disperse. There was an explosion. Trevor's dead. Wode's initial thought was, he just gave us an opportunity and I'm going to use it. So Wode has an idea now, but since we stopped, I'm going to have to remember it for next week.
Yeah.
And yeah, for him, survival just kicked in.
Yeah.
Because he's just, okay, that happened. If things were going to go bad, if at the end of the day, supporting the vampires is kind of his thing, because he, we're from the same realm. They're trying to figure out how to get home. This is my best ticket, so.
No, I get it. No, I mean, I totally get it.
To
What
Wode,
about
a group of humans dying doesn't really bother him. Like it's a. He literally, I literally called them rats earlier.
so Theron?
I'm gonna tell you as Theron.
I mean, you could tell me what was going through Theron's mind, what was going through Olivia's mind. However you want to. Of this shocking endeavor, of this shocking moment.
If it's any different.
I don't know if you heard me saying, "What the hell are you doing?"
Oh yeah, no. Shoot, I heard that.
But I was. I kind of don't understand,
Mhm.
but Theron is just now thinking, well, shit, I have nothing to give for his life. He didn't want to be a vampire, but now it only seems like that's the only way. And Darvon doesn't want to turn him into a vampire.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Like, he has, like, they are forbidden to turn children into vampires.
Exactly.
And,
So,
like, there is, like, I legitimately, like, Jeff, you probably should show up with a new character sheet next time, like when we play next Monday. Because unless these guys think of something, I'm not gonna tell them. I'm not gonna tell you guys how. But if they can't think of a way to bring you back, like, Trevor's dead.
Well, and again, like I don't say this as like, oh, I am such a great RP, blah 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 blah. Like, if Trevor doesn't know it, I don't know it.
I mean, that makes
So like
sense.
the whole notion of like what according to Trevor, like, he's in danger of becoming a vampire if he dies. So in his head, he's like, well, shit, these people want a fucking vampire so bad, I'll give them a vampire. I'll just fucking kill and then he's like, cool, I'm just gonna die and then immediately come back as a vampire.
Mm-hmm. and then
that
kill them some more.
might not happen.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's so brash.
No, that's what he told me in the chat,
No,
and
yeah, what
I was
told her-
like,
yeah,
holy
what I told
crap!
her
Like
in
you're
chat was like, these people want a fucking vampire so bad. Fuck it, I'll give them a vampire.
I was like, how many more people are you gonna kill?
This is the scene in Thor Ragnarok when
No,
jumps out of he jumps out and he just
And then
slams.
he literally just hits the fucking ground
Except
like a boop.
the difference is that he doesn't get back up. He just slams
he
into the
stays
ground.
down. Yeah, no, there's
Yeah, that would be the scene.
Trevor is not coming back up as a vampire because you have to have died from result of the bite. And you did not die from result of the bite. Which again, you're right, this is what Trevor knew. I'm just letting you know, like, maybe come up if you have a backup character that you've been wanting to play or something. We probably need to discuss some things.
I'll bring a character that gets 32 on investigation checks without rolling a dice.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, so like if these guys, again, if Woad and Theron can't think of a way to bring you back, then Trevor's dead. Like, that's out of my hands at that point. But where there's a will, there's a way.
And again, like, I want to put it out there. Nothing that I did do I think was the right thing. Do I think it was a smart thing? It's just a lot of story capillaries conjoining into this one stream that I was like, these are the decisions that I think the character would make given a lot of fucked up circumstances.
I get it. I've been there.
And again,
I've definitely been there.
They're not smart. They are not mature. They are very misinformed.
No, I'm not.
It's just, again, it's Trevor being like, I'm the type of person who, at various avenues, cannot make my own decisions, and I rely on other people to make my decisions for me. Again, going into this climactic moment of like, Theron, nobody, like, I acknowledge, yes, I am Trevor, and I acknowledge nobody ever listens to your plan. Therefore, fuck it. Tell me what your plan is.
Okay,
and
so
I'm going to execute it to
right
a
there,
T, and
so right
then
there. Hold on, Jeff.
You
It's okay.
do it.
It's okay, Jeff. So, yeah, no, you're good, dude. Like, honestly, this is just like, we want to pick your brain, and we love hearing what was going through your head at the time, and I just think it's interesting. I'm just telling you my opinion. I think, honestly, I don't think there's no wrong way to play the game. Of course, I want to give a full philosophical look at things and be like, oh yeah, do you sometimes think, like, is it in character? Would it be in character? Think, oh, what does this happen? But you're so in the moment, and your character's spiraling down. But I do want to use this to transition, because you did speak this up, and I wanted to bring this up. You were talking about your connection with Theron, and I think part of that connection isn't so much like, I think there's a barrier there, but it's not a barrier that's being created by either of you. I think it's one of those, not when I say either of you, I mean Theron and Trevor. I think it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think Trevor just understands Theron. Like, I think Trevor just, like, can't, when Theron says something, he's a man of few words, and so he's gonna say something, and he's gonna be direct about it, and he's gonna be somewhat efficient with what he's gonna say. And so I think for Trevor, Trevor wants emotions, and he wants everything to be laid out for him in a sense. Whenever he's speaking to someone, he wants to get a clear picture with no misunderstandings whatsoever. not in a bad way, just in a sense that's just like, oh, we're on the same page. Good. Like, I'm glad that we can be on the same page.
Right.
And I think for Theron, it's just kind of like, I said what I said, and then Trevor's like, hold on, I heard you, but let me make sure that I heard you. And then Theron's just kind of like, well, I don't know how else to explain it. I'm not going to repeat myself. Like, and so, to me, I think, one, that's a fun relationship. But two, I think Trevor let it fester into something because he could never understand, like, even with the time that he spent with Theron, he could never understand that Theron never meant harm. So I was like, that's why, for me, I thought it was interesting whenever I was like, oh, I have Adeline there. And so I can, like, Adeline wasn't so much a mediator, but a translator for Theron. And I thought it was perfect because Adeline is one of the few NPCs where she understands Theron. Because there's a lot of it. Like, I understand Theron. Obviously, I mean, it's my job too. But, like, most of my NPCs don't understand Theron. I mean, they do, but they don't want to take the time to get to know him. It doesn't help that Theron also doesn't give people the opportunity to get to know him. And so, like, Adeline's one of those things where it was just like, she understands Theron. So she came out, she heard, she was like, well, if they're going to do this, maybe they should stop squabbling about it. And she was like, oh, I'm not going to get him back anytime soon. So she went out there and was like, hey, do this. This is what he's saying. But I did always love that dynamic, that, like, that invisible barrier between the two of you guys. It's sad that it ended up turning into something that hurt Trevor, but I also think it's also another, like, one of those things. I think it's a fascinating, like, something to look for, the looking glass of, like, how things can affect a character in different ways. And I love it. I love the different views.
And I think, too, like, Trevor is looking at it in a way of, like, oh, Aaron is this way, I am this way. But when we team up, we're like Riggs and Murtaugh. It's all good. We're just partners who are on different sides of the tracks, but it's okay. We'll see eye to eye sooner or later. And that's all well and great when Shane Black is writing a screenplay for Lethal Weapon, but when you're actually in the moment, it's like, dude, nobody's writing this. What are you talking about? You're in the moment. Like, if you say something to somebody, it's not like, oh, hey, I conceived this brilliantly written monologue in my head, and thus when I say it out loud, like, hey, everybody, we're all orcs and elves and shit. We're all great. Like, they're not going to automatically believe you just because you wrote it down like somebody else did in your fantasy novels that you read. Like, people are going to act in completely different and unpredictable ways. And that's kind of what he's reconciling with, is like, oh shit, like, the world is going to be what the world is going to be. And it's not like, oh, nothing is a glorious and happy ending in the way that he originally conceived of what adventuring life is.
Mm-hmm. Theron, or Olivia, how do you feel about Trevor and Theron's interactions?
Well, I always thought that, like you said, like, Trevor just didn't understand him. Like, nothing he ever said was to be mean or to be aloof. That's just the way he speaks. He actually really cared about Trevor, and he said he was going to adopt him. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I do. Or he hugged him, cried a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
First time we've seen Theron cry was for Trevor, and he was really showing. He really opened up to Trevor right then and there. But it's hard because, like, when Theron opens up, it's kind of like I don't know how to explain. It's real quick. It's real subtle. You don't see it unless you're looking for it.
He has quick bursts of emotion he can't hold in sometimes.
Yeah.
But then he goes right back to shutting it off.
because it was before you guys dealt with Prout Dunshire that Theron was like, I don't care what's happening. You're not going back to your dad. I'm adopting you. You're my son. Like, Theron wanted and saw Trevor as either like, he respected Trevor, but saw him as either like a little brother or probably not a son, but probably just like a sibling. And I think in my head, this is how I saw it. Theron thought, you know, he could kind of be kind of like Merrick to him for just a split second.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, Merrick was kind of
Merrick's a
like
little more confident.
Theron's brother and his father,
Right.
because he didn't know his father. But
And again, that's just something I saw, but it wasn't. I wanted to see how it got created, how it grew. But yeah, that was something that I looked forward to seeing with Darren and Trevor. Now, Wode, you're new to all this.
Yep.
Ramon, you're new to all this. You're seeing all this. I like what you said before, where it's just like, oh, it's survival mode, and but seeing these interactions. So okay, so you play in the Friday group, and I was so there's someone who wanted to start watching one of the groups or something like that, and they were asking me, they were like, hey, so which group should I watch? And I was like, well, it depends on what. My Monday group is way more role-playing focused. Like, they enjoy role-playing. You're gonna get more theatrical stuff from them. They cry more, whereas my Friday group is more action-based. So I'm curious as to your opinion, as like, it's so funny because we just had this discussion last Friday about staying in character, and like when you play D&D, a good way to avoid metagaming is just like constantly like, you know, don't talk to the DM. The DM doesn't exist. Stay in character and just stay in the world, and I will continue to just give you stuff.
Yeah.
How's that like? How's it feeling playing between the two groups?
With this group, it's different.
Yeah.
It's definitely different. It's easier to. I'll be honest. It's a little bit easier just because it's less people, and not as many. Because when you have a large group, you're just trying to focus and figure out what are we doing, or people are going.
Yeah.
Like this.
Bless you.
Sorry. Thank you. This last week, actually, I think the Friday group did a really good job that day of staying in character and doing things.
They did.
In character, all of us, really. You know, because we talked about it and we tried to focus, and I think it's gonna.
They're evolving.
Let us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna let us, because I had my moment where the week before that, or 2 weeks before that, Yoselin had her moment with her brother. I just I had mine with my family and the Friday group. But I think it's that's kind of the difference, that group is evolving, getting more into the role play.
And do you feel like you were able, and yes, it is a smaller group, but do you feel like because Olivia and Jeff like role play so much that you were able to like interject yourself as part of the group easier than how Amal was trying to interject himself as part of the group in the Friday?
when I was first introduced,
and they just ignored you
for anyone.
Yeah, they're like, cool. And they walked away.
We got other things to do, and I was just like, just go and talk to me for 5 minutes, and you can still do it. But no, it definitely does make it easier, because it's people staying in character, and it's allowed me to stay as in character as Wode more. Luckily, Wode is outwardly isn't as heavy of a character as Tio or Amal.
Yeah, Wode is a lot more neutral.
In his headspace, things are going on, but because of everything that's been going on around me and the situation I'm in the world I'm in, it's easier to say a lot more, with everything, and interacting with Trevor and Theron. So
here's something I want to know: how does Wode feel about constantly being called Birdman or Birdface. Is Woad going to murder Theron in his sleep?
Funny enough, both of them were kind of on thin ice with him. Like just today when she said Birdface, I specifically said, my name is Woad. Would you like? I don't know if anyone caught it, but I said, would you like me to carve it into you?
Yeah, I caught it.
Yeah, like
I did
that.
not
It's.
hear that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Woad threatened to carve his name into you. Because the way
I missed that too.
Not only Theron, but the way Theron and Trevor talked to him is reminiscent of the way he was
Treated.
talked to, or at least it makes him treated, or it makes them feel that way, to where he's again he liked these two, they were interesting, but there's always going to be a line where it's like, okay, eventually he's going to pull out his gun and just say, what's my name, and again, this is about and to him it's about survival. I gotta get home.
So next
Who can
session
best
we're
help?
all dead.
Who can help? No. Next session.
What do you mean next
Y'all
session? I'm
are
already dead.
Next session, y'all are dead. Woad can get away.
Wait a
Woad can
minute.
get away alone if he wants to.
Uh,
Not an issue.
I will say to your credit, Ramon, the moment where I was like, "Hey, his name is Woad. It's not Birdface." Blah blah blah, and you said, "Trevor, if I need someone to speak up for me, I will speak up for myself," or whatever you said.
Yeah.
That was a huge fucking turning point for me. I don't know if it came through on the stream, but I literally wrote down in my notes, "Woad drops knowledge." Period.
Yeah, because what
'Cause
I
again,
said
like-
was, if I needed someone to speak up to me for me or defend me, I wouldn't be where I'm at.
Yes.
Because for Woad, like when you were really angry and emotional, and you called him a robot, you don't understand, and it's not the first time you've called him that and stuff like that. Like all those things are reminiscent of the way he's been treated and why
Right.
he's done the things he's done.
Why
in
are
his
they?
past.
Why do you got to mention I have
And-
elven eyes, Aragorn? Why can't they just be eyes?
Well, yeah.
or like
that was
when you
go ahead.
but yeah, that was in character and all, and then when you
Yeah.
were when your character tells Woad, like, you don't know my past, like, you don't know what we've been through, the irony was hitting for Woad in that moment. That's why he didn't snap on this kid, because he's wise enough to know this is a 14-year-old kid. He's having his moment. He doesn't know that. And eventually, once you calm down, when Woad talked to you, was able to say, before that, but everyone goes through something, you don't know what that is.
Right.
That was Woad, trying to, unfortunately the way he communicates is a bit off, so it might have not been able, but that's why he at that moment didn't snap on Trevor the same way. Like if it was Theron that had said those things to him angrily, 100% there would have been a fight, like
Right.
like a pistol would have been pulled out and just like shut the fuck up.
I think for Theron, it's like it's one of those things
It
where
also plays
it's
with the fact that Theron's a half elf, and I have a lot
right.
less.
I am not
respect
a
and-
half elf.
he's a full elf.
yeah.
I thought you were a half elf.
No,
Oh,
he
you told me you were
is
half
the full-on high elf.
He's
Oh, okay, a high elf. Sorry,
Or-
when we were talking about our characters, I guess I misheard.
High elf, right?
Yes, smoke that good kush.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, they're garbage. Either way,
Olivia just said those
garbage,
words.
Woad.
so I think okay. So this is how I've seen it. I've seen it as a way of like
Yeah.
that's kind of Theron. Again, one there's the fact that Woad is racially scarred or hurt from elves, and so there's this wound that you don't really know about that's been kind of dropped but not really like explained. I also think Theron does that in a way of like, I don't know why I'm speaking for Theron. Why do you do that, Theron?
Why do I do that?
Theron's just a.
I'm curious why
This is-
why the
this is
nicknames.
how
I've
do
always
the
seen it.
things you do.
I've always seen it as like that's kind of Theron's way of bonding with someone, but at the same time,
How,
it's,
rem- how, re- That's
It-
exactly how Ramon sees it. I'm like, oh, they're just being a dick. Just, whatever.
Right, yeah. Mario and
There's
Ramon
no
see
harm.
it this way.
There's no harm, but Woe was just like creeping closer to his gun, like, I swear to God,
I was gonna say it one more time.
Well,
I'll carve my
yes,
fucking gun into your forehead.
it's Theron's way of figuring out if someone's cool or not. So you're going through a test.
Be a
by
dick to them
completely.
immediately. Disregarding them when they're like, no, my name's Woe. Like, I wanted to call them my
I
name.
will.
Immediately
God.
disregarding them. Be like, oh, whatever, idiot,
That's my
Oh my
way of
God.
seeing if they're cool or not. Let me poop on
I'm
you
just
for a
trying to see if they're
minute.
I'm just trying to see if they're fucking cool. Like, no, my name, whoa, man. You didn't have to get all emotional, bro. I was just kidding, bro. Just a prank.
Oh
Just a
man.
prank, bro.
Wait. I don't mean it quite that
It was
way.
just a prank can.
I mean, like, what is the word?
No, we know what you mean, though. It's like,
Okay.
hey, just trying to see if they're cool or not.
It's his way of testing the
ah.
waters with someone.
It's like, bird face. You fucker. It's.
He would
I get
probably,
it.
He would probably like feel more comfortable. Well, this is metagaming, but
If you don't want to say it, you don't have to
It's
say
fine.
it.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You don't have to.
Like, all the stuff
I have talking points written down right here, and we're about
Like,
to wrap up.
all the stuff I've said has been, metagaming. So,
I'll
I'm
just
not gonna
say
play World any different.
he would probably feel more comfortable if Woe just called him something terrible back. Like,
Oh, is it reaching that point where it's like you keep pushing their button, but the other person's just calling them by their name, and it's getting to the point where it's like, oh man, this is kind of weird. I should probably stop.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of getting that way, but I don't know if he'll stop. I can't control him. But anyway, that's his character arc.
So
Woda will make it stop.
So just like how we were talking about earlier, how I was saying, like, I try to get my Friday group to be in character more to help them mitigate their metagaming. You guys are completely okay to talk about stats in character and stuff like that. Like, you don't, it doesn't even have to be in character. You can just be like, hey, what's your stat? Like, I'm not, that doesn't bother me. If it bothers you guys, I mean, by all means, continue doing what you're going to do. I don't, I can't force you to play a certain way, but it's okay.
I was technically
It's the-
joking.
Okay, then that's
It's
fine.
It's never bothered me. That's why I always go, if you could put this on a scale of 1 to
I
20,
love that joke. That's like one of my favorite jokes that you tell.
I think I've used it on
Oh,
on Friday too.
You do. It
when
never
we're
gets old
discussing,
for
yeah.
me.
It's like, hey, if we were gonna put it on a scale of, like, I don't know, 1 to 20 or something. But I don't mind speaking that, because I think it's part of formulating a plan, like who's the best at doing this. So
Right. And so, so Olivia, I got another question. So you were like, you were worried about Adeline's sudden behavior. Tell me about that. What worried you? What made you so sus? I mean, I know what made you sus, but like, why were you sus? What were you worried about?
Olivia's the
Imposter.
imposter,
Eh,
or Adeline. Adeline's the imposter.
well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure why the sudden change, because it was so awkward and so, like, out of the blue. Well, not out of the blue, but so when we had the conversation before,
Yeah.
Darren and Adeline, it sounded like she was done with him.
Yeah.
In a sense.
For
It
sure.
was like, you're creeping me out, get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so he was like, okay, I understand. Like, if I was told that by somebody, I probably would think the same way, because that was kind of creepy, but it really did happen.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to lie to her, so I'm happy with what I did, and I have closed this door,
Mhm.
essentially.
So it was definitely in that thing. And I don't know if you remember when we were talking about it the other week when I was like, your decisions do matter, like they do factor in. And if you had those conversations with her later and she didn't have like a whole day to think and sleep on it and stuff like that, like it probably wouldn't have played out the way it did. Again, it's all circumstance. And so it all came down for Adeline was the fact that she was, and I think she somewhat said this, but it's the fact that, like, one, she's surprised that you're helping a vampire. You're helping vampires. You know, these are creatures that literally do hunt people and eat them and kill them, and you know, they're doing what they do. You're helping them out because you feel like they need help. And then two, you told her the truth. And part of what I wanted to kind of explain was give a little bit of Adeline's backstory with the small amount of time that I had, you know, switching between turns and stuff like that, was like, yeah, she's had other lovers in the past, but they all saw her as like a means to an end or an object. You know, for her, it was like political status, or it was to get close to something, or it was just like they didn't understand her, or like, and you, or Theron is acting kind of like a knight in shining armor, and then even going out of his way, telling her something that technically never happened, but for Theron it happened, and you made her feel, which, okay, let me preface this. So this is going to go back to like what Jeff was saying. And I tweeted this out during that when we were playing. But like, I spent a week making dialogue for Adeline and making dialogue, just preparing myself with Adeline. And then we didn't play last week. So then I spent 2 weeks working on Adeline. And like, it's just like when you're in the moment, you know, you can't just go off of written scripts or written lines. Like, I have talking points that I'm trying to reach with Adeline, and I'm trying to get you there. But at the end of the day, if, like, you know, I hold out my hand, Adeline wants you to take her hand, and if you decide to walk away, there's nothing I can do. You know, at that point, you've made your decision, and au revoir. But it was one of those things where it's like, I wanted you to understand that she feels vulnerable around Theron because he understands her and he sees her and he accepts that. So she feels comfortable to let herself be free around him, which is scary for any person in any relationship because, you know, you're showing someone a side of you and they can take advantage of that. So essentially she was like, you know what? This is the only guy that's really treated me like this. I'm going to die tomorrow anyways. Like, screw it. It's for her, it's the end of the world. But it's not like, and what's interesting for me is that, like, this isn't the first time you guys have had this dance. So it's not like to her in her head, you're the last man on earth, because she doesn't need to be satisfied that way. She never has, nor will she, like, that's not what she's getting. But this is a new experience for her, and it's something that can be enjoyed, and she hopes to enjoy it. And I think that's where it is. And I wanted to delve into that more, but of course, you know, Jeff and Ramon had to come and, like, cramp my style, but no, I put the mob out there. That happened. Obviously, you guys got to take care of that. I love how it all played out. My last question for the night, and then we'll wrap it up. Oh, wait. Let me get your response on that, Olivia, and then I'll move on.
I don't remember what the question was.
Fantastic. No, basically how you felt about what I just said, about, like, how she feels and how Theron makes her feel vulnerable, but she wants to be vulnerable around Theron.
I mean, I feel like she might be like a person who falls quickly. and he's always one of those people who's not ready.
As we've seen.
Yeah, that's
Damn.
probably gonna
My
take.
heart got broke when I was 13. I know.
she didn't like my macaroni.
I just
no.
can't trust no women. There, when you're 37. It's just been.
It's been. No, I understand. I know a little bit of things. One wing. Sorry.
No, Mario knows
I know.
kind of why.
I understand, and I'm not trying to force this to happen. At all. Again, like I said, if it would have played out differently, if you hadn't have told her the truth, if you hadn't had, spoken with her when she asked you to speak with her, if you hadn't had played, like I said, you guys are playing the same beats but different rhythms, and if it wasn't for the fact that she's gonna die again, then it's like, because the first time she was friendly with you, like you guys were on a date, and then you got trapped in a dimension together, and then it was just like, crap. Now it's literally just her just being like, I want to have fun with this. And if it wasn't for the fact that she was gonna die, it's not something that she would outrightly like go out and explore. And I think like 2 weeks back, I even said like Devon was like, well, she's been going out even during the afternoons and doing stuff because she's trying to get she's trying to get her bucket list done. And so yeah.
Can I say that Theron's not really that casual?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, so I think he feels a little like I don't want to upset her, but I'm
not ready for this. I don't want this to happen. No, that makes sense. That's 100% fair. Yeah.
You ought to get him drunk sometime.
You act like I can do that. I tried with Smarik.
I know.
I tried.
I know. But
no, that's fair. That's fair, because there was that at the party he was drinking with Adeline.
Yeah.
The first time. Okay, so last thing. How'd everyone feel after Prute Dunshire sent out the news?
I knew it was gonna go bad. So I was like, alright, let's see how this goes.
I knew immediately how Theron would react. Because he actually cares about Darvon and Adeline.
Yeah.
Oh, and Woe didn't know it was a secret, so he was a little bit confused at first to all the excitement, and then once he put the pieces, he's like,
Yeah. Oh,
that makes
I
sense.
forgot he didn't know.
It makes sense for Woad, because like for all he knows, vampires could just they're just part of society.
Yeah.
Like, I knew about vampires, but they didn't necessarily scare me, because vampires aren't gonna try to hunt me down, and
Yeah.
I've just been vampires. So when all this commotion was going on, it was just like, And then the thing is that he was thinking out loud and spoke with Trevor, because Trevor didn't get it at first. He didn't put the piece together at first, so it was like, hey, you think he's like overreacting about this something? And Trevor's like, oh fuck, right. like they were just chilling, and Woe just, hey, I think your dad's like telling everyone, like, oh shit. And I think it just made for a funny moment that I knew was going to. I don't know how, but I knew one way or another this is gonna blow up on us.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to avoid encouraging the vampires to use magic on Trevor's dad.
Well,
and metaing, using magic on him or trying, or them getting involved in a way that was physical like this rather than trying to be political with him. I was like, no, I think that's gonna make it worse. What Wood wanted to try to do, and this is metaing because Trevor committed a murder-suicide now. But what Wood wanted to do was, hey, we gotta get him to his dad and try to get him to not necessarily speak sense into it, because you're trying to capitalize on this and get rid of a political enemy.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
that makes sense to Woad. But like, get Trevor to at least try to get his dad to pull back a little bit. And I was gonna try to go at this politically, but
Right.
a plan
we ended up-
was voted on.
Yeah.
Plan was voted on, majority of the group. Okay, let me see how I can support this. Things happened very quickly, and now we're standing at the cusp of, Woad has a plan still. Let's see next week how things go.
Yeah. And Jeff, how'd you feel?
How did I feel when I tried to reason with my father figure, but he didn't respond to me, and so I felt like the world was gonna end? I had an existential fucking crisis, man. No, it was it fucked me up, cause again, like during that whole Vasha arc of like fully embracing, oh yeah, my dad's the bad guy, my dad's the enemy, like fuck my dad, I don't give a shit, and like trying to be one with the team and one with the group, and then slowly peeling, onions, slowly peeling back the layers of like, actually, he's not that bad. He's actually doing something that none of us could do, like from a political standpoint, to actually save the druids and kind of like reconcile that whole story arc. I was like, wow, this is like a really interesting dimension. And then coming into it tonight of being like, because honestly, like I don't know if anybody else felt the way that I felt, but I literally thought I was gonna sit down and be like, oh man, Dad, you'll never believe this, like Darvon was a vampire, and then like we went into this other dimension and we fought all these, and like Trevor literally thought he was gonna tell his dad like this cool story,
Yeah.
about everything that he went through, and like it was, oh man, Dad, you would have been so psyched if you'd have been there, and blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
again,
That
it's
would've-
like I had some great moments with my dad, but at the same time, like I still don't get him, and he still doesn't get me.
Right.
Like we're not the father son that sits down and it's. Even though we had that great catharsis, he still doesn't give a fuck if I hit a home run on the baseball team.
Yeah, he's
It's
still
like,
he's
that's
still the
great,
same
but
person that he was.
What did that accomplish for the greater good of this city? And it's like, well, nothing. I just hit a home run and my team won the game. And he's like, that's great, but the world is still in turmoil. People are still living in poverty, et cetera, et cetera,
Right.
et cetera. And like Trevor just still hasn't quite made that connection.
Mm-hmm. Which, I was hoping to get like to a point where Trevor, of course Trevor, he wants to learn from both Duncan and Perut, and he takes the best and leaves the worst behind. But I feel like, and it makes me want to go back and look and kind of like reanalyze, and I feel like I wonder if it was the pacing or something else that could have been done to not give this character such a crisis. But that's just how I look at things. Like I look at what I can do first, because obviously I'm trying to drive the narrative in a certain way, but I can't control the narrative. Which is what's so beautiful about D&D. And
yeah, to be fair, them's the breaks with D&D.
that's what we got for time. Thank you guys. I love hearing your guys' stuff and your thoughts. I love picking all your brains. We'll be here again next week, Monday at 8 p.m. Central. Catch us. Link below if you want to keep up with the past adventures. I edit and upload them weekly, so fresh content will be on YouTube there below. Give us a follow if you like it. Feel free to interact with us during our post-game discussions, and until next time, as always, play nice.